Roller Sports Arena, and you saw their beautiful Garden of the Gods. This the premier facility for roller sports in the Western United States. Roller Planet is proud to present tonight's Xfinity Race of Champions, the main event of the 2022 American Speed Skating Champions. The Race of Champions features all the fastest skaters, men and women, the fastest laps, the best finishes, all the action coming to you live around the world on Roller Planet. And once again, inside the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena, Chris Johnson bringing you the action. Pleased to be joined this evening by Jarrett Paul, 8 years on Team USA, the winner of the inaugural Race of Champions. Jarrett, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic tonight. Super excited to be here, and I really can't wait to get into some racing tonight.
You have been in big-time races all around the world. What are these competitors going through as they prepare to compete tonight for a $10,000 total prize purse?
There's a lot going on. You're nervous. You're checking out your competitors. You're trying to get warmed up. There's just so much going on right now that all you can do right now is try to focus on yourself, focus on what you're doing, and try to calm your nerves and prepare yourself for getting onto that floor.
So did you have any special rituals, any preparations you like to do specifically when it was coming down to a big race?
Yes, definitely. Rituals are very important when it comes to racing. For me, what I would end up doing is I'd get my headphones on, I'd make sure that I was hydrated, I would start warming up 10 or 15 minutes before the race, get a nice jog in. I would pretty much zone out everything around me, and I would focus on strictly what I needed to do that night for the race. I would focus on what I need to do at the start of the race, and then what I needed to do to finish the race. And that was pretty much it at that point.
You mentioned the headphones. What's the Jarrett Paul hype mix?
Oh man, I do love some old school Eminem, man. Love some old school Eminem.
I do
Lose
as
yourself.
well. As you take a look at the roster of racers that are going to be competing here tonight, let's start on the men's side. Is there anyone that jumps out at you that you are expecting to see a lot out of here this evening?
Oh man, I'm really excited. I mean, you have some of the guys that have been at this level before, been skating pro, world championships. I mean, you got Justin Stelly, Tanner Worley, you have Gabe Lyons. Then you have some of the younger guys that are coming up, like Ashton Hill, Miles Mead, and there was a few surprises earlier today or earlier this week as well. So it's going to be some pretty standout racing, that's for sure.
Yeah, you mentioned some surprises. I think specifically who I know surprised me was Tavian Morgan and Martin Klopp. They competed on Wednesday in the Rookie Challenge, and now here they are skating against some of the best in the country in the Race of Champions. What are they in for here tonight?
Oh man, you're seeing against some very, very experienced athletes, guys that have been, again, all around the world, national championships. So what they have to go up against is guys that have experience, multiple years of experience. And it's going to be interesting because everything comes down to positioning. So for them, it's going to be a wild experience for them. It's going to be a little bit of an eye-opener. But, I have faith that that young fire, they're going to find themselves in those top positions mixing it up with those guys.
You mentioned young fire, a lot of very young skaters competing on the women's side as well. Who among them do you think could come up and find a spot on the podium against the likes of Foster and Godin?
I really think Mackenzie Robinson, she's got the fire. She doesn't care who's out there. She just really wants to get them done. And then you have Jalen Godin, and you also have Minley Crawford's in skating amazing as well. So it's going to be very exciting to see those girls mix it up.
It is going to be an exciting set of races here tonight. We'll be bringing all of it to you. But first, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from Thursday's individual age groups when all of these skaters qualified to be here tonight.
of fun. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Thank you. Thanks for putting this on.
Mental's the biggest part, I think, really. It's like they always say, most sports are 90% mental and 10% physical. Even though these kids are way physically strong and they're super dominant, the mental will take you out so quick. You can overcome a lot of physical with strong mental awareness. As soon as you get mentally drained, you're on an uphill climb. And you're fighting yourself instead of everybody else.
And welcome back inside, ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful Xfinity Roller Sports Arena, the site of the 2022 Roller Speed Skating American Championships, sponsored by Xfinity. Chris Johnson here with you, as I have been all week. Joined in the booth, though, still by Jarrett Paul. So glad to have you aboard, Jarrett, as we get set to bring the people the parade of teams. So all of the grandees, officials, and skaters that have been providing us such great entertainment all week long, going to be presented to the crowd here at the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena while they finish up their preparations. Jarrett, what do you think about this building for roller sports?
I absolutely love this building. I mean, the floor is absolutely amazing. Nice big floor. I mean, how well they take care of it's great. Plus the seating in here with the stadium seating, even with the glass up on the front. I mean, it's great for spectators. You really can't go wrong.
And the parade of teams beginning now with American Roller Sports Board of Director President, that is Robert Bentley. So the American Roller Sports Board, of course, instrumental in putting all of these events on. And there is our treasurer of the board, Rob Penrod, doing double duty as one of the meet managers here. Jeff Cooey, a board member. Well, all of the board members putting in work all year long. Al Tinsley there. Big applause for Mr. Tinsley as he is doing double duty as a track official and a member of the American Roller Sports Board. So is Joe Smith, who you see there marching in at the head of the parade of teams. So there is Joe Smith, and now the RSA, the Roller Skating Association International Board, President Court Wallig. So this is the trade association for skating rinks all around the country. That was Billy Thompson, Vice President of the board there. There's Lisa Dunham. She's the American Roller Sports Director of Sports and also one of our competition managers here, commonly referred to as the meet director. And there is RSA Executive Director Jim McMahon. So much work done all year long behind the scenes by American Roller Sports, the RSA board, the cooperation of the rink owners around the country to foster this sport. What does that mean?
It's super important to have them all working together. I mean, those are kind of the gatekeepers in terms of growing the sport. Since these guys are all the rink operators, these are the guys that allow us to come in and have speed practice, and you know, for them, their love for the sport is actually what allows us to continue going at a higher level.
And Board President Robert Bentley taking a moment to address the crowd, thanking the staff of the Xfinity Arena, and he is certainly correct. They have made this a fantastic experience across the board, it seems. Spectators, racers, coaches, for myself up here in the broadcast booth, they have been absolutely fantastic. So a little bit more recognition for Lisa Dunham from President Bentley. Of course, Lisa's got some work to do here tonight, so I think she's really looking forward to be let off the floor to go organize these races.
Most definitely. That lady works non-stop during these races.
So Robert Bentley out there praising the racing, the sportsmanship. Did you see any races specifically that you particularly enjoyed here in the days leading up to tonight's Race of Champions?
Yes. Actually, most of the guys' races that we went through, actually the kids were really tearing it up this year. Some of the younger races, especially I think it was 12 to 14, I believe. Man, those kids were putting out so much work. It was amazing to watch them pass back and forth, and you can really see the determination. You know, it was amazing.
And the officials that made all of that action possible being introduced, we saw Al Tinsley again, Denise Kerr, they're the lead track officials. They've also honored Jerry Shipman, Deborah Smotria, Mike Lackey, Daryl Hunter, Trey Tinsley, Wayne Bowles, and then 3 officials who worked the Rookie Challenge are getting ready to go in the locker room. Ethan Dunham, Jasmine Foster, and Jalen Godin getting registered and credentialed as officials, as well as being some of the best skaters in the country. So now that is our lap counter, Rusty Parson. Race analyst David Alcorn. Race analyst Kathy Miller. Lead placement, Roberta Meyer. And our lead timer, Jason Goss, cannot say enough about everything that man does to keep this event moving. Race marshal, Andy Bolin. Medical, Chris McMahon. The PA announcers tonight are Steve Early and John Rogers. And then there's Sharon McMahon. She coordinates the award ceremonies. And Larson McMahon has been helping out on the front desk as well. So you really get a sense of how many people it takes to put on a speed skating event of this magnitude. As you see there again, our head official, Rob Pinrod. So he's, I believe, getting set to start directing these teams as they march in. And there is, once again, our race PA announcer, lead PA announcer Steve Early, keeping the crowd entertained and providing us some breaking news along the way as well, so that we can pass it on to you wherever you are around the world, joining us here for Roller Planet's continuing coverage of these 2022 Roller Speed Skating American Championships, sponsored by Xfinity. So here coming out first is Anderson Speed Team. They, of course, from Anderson, Indiana, coached by Cindy Lawson.
It's a great up-and-coming team right there. A lot of good young skaters.
A lot of teams from the Midwest represented here: Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin. So a smaller team, Aurora Speed Club, coached by Dan Baglieri and Andre Halverson, not represented. But here's Badger State Racing out of Appleton, Wisconsin, coached by Sue Rohn, Nick Becker, and Barb Becker, and they have a competitor here tonight. It's Elizabeth Dellinger. And if you see Dellinger, you know it's going to be Badger State. There's about 3 girls from that family all coming out and getting it done this week. Up next is going to be Bell's Speed Club. That's a club out of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Another solid club, a lot of good quad and inline skaters coming from there.
And here we have the Cobras Speed Team, another Indiana squad out of Evansville. Doug Heyman, the coach there, and that's the Scott family. They are both the present and the future of the sport. Alex, of course, getting set to compete tonight, and a whole batch of kids from the Scott family have been giving us some great races all week long.
Yes, his kids have been skating amazing. Such a great team, such a great family as well.
CW Speed up next. That's the team out of Christiana, Delaware. coached by Lenny Morgan. CW Speed, Xavier Cosme, a young up-and-comer, doing a lot of winning in the 10 to 12-year-old division. And next up, we have now Derby City Racing. Derby City, one of our Kentucky teams out of Shepherdsville, coached by Wayne Bowles, Sherry Bowles, Chris Onspach, Tiffany Schlumer. Not just coached, Onspach and Schumer racing here today. Tiffany, I know, set at least one record earlier this week. And there we have Elite Speed of Philadelphia, coached by Judy and Kevin Larson. That's Kate Freetag representing them. Front Range Speed Team, a scrappy little group out of Cheyenne, Wyoming, making the trip down I-25 here to the American Championships. Grand Lake Speed, coached by Josh Dietzman, out of St. Mary's, Ohio. And then now one of the powerhouses here this week, Infinity Racing, coached by Ted Hall, Jarrett Bryant. A lot of really good young skaters wearing those uniforms.
Yes, they have so many good up-and-coming skaters. They have been doing amazing this week.
Our second Kentucky team, Kentucky Speed, coming to us from Lexington, Kentucky, coached by Nick Champa. And you see there is Tavian Morgan. He's one of those guys we touched on at the beginning of the broadcast. He's raced in the Rookie Challenge on Wednesday. Here he is in uniform getting ready to go tonight.
Yes, I'm super excited to see what he does tonight.
And here are the Owasso Flyers, coached by Michael Chesney, so the team out of Owasso, Oklahoma. And next we have Phantom Racing, coached by Chris Hunter. Phantom Racing coming to us from Huber Heights, Ohio. And here comes Positive Impact out of Milton, Florida. Positive Impact coached by Brandon Gray and Rusty Harris. And Brandon Gray, way more than a coach. He's lining up tonight in the Race of Champions.
Yes, he is. Be excited to see him, see what he does in the races tonight. It's also where Miles Mead is out of as well.
And now we have Smoky Mountain Racing. I don't know if you can guess what state they hail from those uniforms. But it is Maryville in the great state of Tennessee. And Smoky Mountain, this is their first time here at the American Championships, and they got my attention.
Yes, yes. Again, a lot of up-and-coming new skaters coming out, especially a lot of new teams popping up everywhere. It's beautiful to see for the sport.
And here, a big contingent from the hometown Stallions Speed Club, coached by Josh Simus, Jamie Smith, Brian Smith. So the Stallions, a team from here in Colorado, branches in Colorado Springs as well as Denver, and they have got a skater in the Race of Champions, another one of those rookie sensations, Martin Klopp. Going to be interesting to see what he can do at the highest level here tonight.
Yes, indeed. He's going to get a lot of experience tonight, that's for sure.
And now there is Star Skate Speed out of Midwest City, Oklahoma, coached by Chris Hale. So some of these teams with smaller contingents not able to represent themselves, like that team Anabolics, they're really just a couple skaters here this week, and she's busy.
She is.
Paige is in there warming up. Of course, that's Paige Patrick, who I kind of recognized her relay partner in one of those races there yesterday, Jarrett.
Yeah, I heard he's a pretty decent old school skater.
And of course, was you teaming up with Paige
Yes.
for that 2 mixed relay.
Which was a lot of fun, by the way. Loved mixing it up with Stelly and them.
And so there is Team United out of Wichita, Kansas, coached by Joe Cotter.
Such a great coach. Been around for many years.
And here's Tennessee Speed, so our second squad from the state of Tennessee, Cordova, Tennessee, specifically Sale Robinson, the coach. And here we have Texas Speed, coached by Jack Studi and Deborah Smotria out of Austin, Texas. Keep Austin fast. Texas Speed doing just that. And here are the Wolverines, coached by Jenny Steckety. And the Steckety family well represented, including by 2 of their skaters here in the Race of Champions, both Grace and Abby Steckety in uniform, as they are getting set to race during this evening's festivities. So there you have it, all the teams and officials, everyone that goes into making this event happen. Jarrett, you've been skating for a long time. You see it there, 33 teams, 19 states here this week. What is the state of the sport?
It is growing and coming back very strong. I mean, the amount of new teams that have popped up over the last 5 to 6 years is astounding. I mean, it's been a crazy revival, and I'm definitely appreciative of of this league popping up and allowing the Midwest to have more of a presence again. So it has been beautiful to see all these new kids coming in, and you're starting to see multi-generations starting to come up. You know, it just really goes to show what the future holds for us. It's beautiful.
And with that, we will pause to honor America with the playing of the national anthem.
We are proud to present tonight. I have a special guest, Team Florence representing Cobra Racing. Dan, how many hands you got? So,
Oh, say,
the teams all get set to clear the floor and our competitors get set to come out and warm up, we offer you the sights and sounds of Friday at the 2022 Roller Speed Skating American Championship, sponsored by Xfinity. Thanks for staying tuned with us here on Roller Planet.
It's going great today. Yeah. Floor's good. Got all the finals going on good. Yeah. Great floor, great facility.
Yesterday was good. It was a fairly short day compared to the day before, but it was good. A lot of fast skaters, a lot of good racing, so it's fairly swift and a painless day for sure. Who am I watching out for? In my race? Oh, there's a couple of different teams. One of them's a team from Tennessee. It's Scott Poindexter and his partner, and then there's another one for Stallions. But there's a lot of teams in our division, so it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a good race, one to watch for sure.
We don't know what the teams are. We just everyone else. Everyone else. Yeah. The refs. We don't want to hit them. We don't want to hit the refs.
Me and my team are just here to have fun.
Didn't medal, gave it my all. I won it my heart.
I think you caught me at the end. I skated the record and so did first place. So I couldn't feel much better though. It really. I can't wait for relays, change shirts. Just having a lot of fun. You know, I can't wait for quads either because you know, I feel like a lot of us came from that direction. So if anything, we're working out now and see you at quads. But I like our team's chances right now. So.
Even if you're in last place, second to last, first, third, don't stop giving it your all because the most victories that matter are the personal victories. I almost got dead last, but I didn't. I skated my hardest, and that's what to be proud of. If you're doing better than you did before, that's the progress you need to look for because that's what moving forward really is.
And the crowd retaking their seats after the competitors have warmed up, and you are back inside the beautiful Xfinity Roller Sports Arena along with Chris Johnson and Jarrett Paul. Jarrett, we've got the ladies 300-meter heats coming up first. 3 heats. Heat number 1 featuring our top qualifier, Jasmine Foster. She'll be racing against Lainey Jackson, Grace Steckity, Paige Patrick, and Amy Bolin. What are you expecting to see out of these sprint races?
So what I expect to see is I see Jasmine going off the front, blasting right out of the lead, right from corner 1, trying to open up a gap. I see Lainey Jackson, Grace Steckity, and Paige Patrick all trying to get to that first pylon directly behind her. It's probably going to be a little bit of a pile-up, and then it's all going to come down to who ends up exiting that corner first. That's probably going to be the person that gets that second qualifying spot.
Yeah, 3 laps, not very far, not very long, about 25 seconds really all we're talking about.
Yeah, you get about one mistake, not even that, and then it's over. So they're over just as quickly as they start, so it's a really wild race to watch.
Yeah, we're excited for that one. And then heat number 2, of course, young Mackenzie Robinson leading the way. Another Steckity, Abby this time, Caitlin Smith, and Elizabeth Dellinger. Any thoughts on that matchup?
This one's going to be an interesting one to watch, just to see how Abby Steckity, Caitlin Smith, and Elizabeth Dellinger end up coming out on that. I do think that Mackenzie Robinson's going to end up getting to that cone first, taking off with fire behind her. So I'm curious to see how everybody's going to stack up with that.
She has shown a lot of really good starting speed throughout the week, no doubt. And in heat number 3, it's Jalen Godin, Kendra Bengela, Jada Parker, and maybe a sleeper here in this competition, Minley Crawford.
Yes. She has definitely come up through the ranks, and she has done some great racing this week, especially against Mackenzie Robinson. So those two have kind of been battling. So it's definitely going to be a good race to watch with her and Jalen and see how close she gets to Jalen. If she ends up getting pretty close, that could be trouble in the final.
And of course, the top 2 in each heat getting through, not mattering what the time is, nothing like that. Does that change your strategy as a racer, knowing you have to be in a certain spot as opposed to just putting up a quality time?
Yes, most definitely. So what ends up happening with that is this is just as fast as you can go, right up out of the front. Everything comes down to positioning. So at the end of the day, you just want to make sure that you are top 1, top 2. When you're doing a timed race, you kind of look towards the other people to kind of help you out in the race. And you might see some fade backs and some of the other people working together, but this is strictly a selfish individual race.
Well, we're going to certainly see how it all shakes out here. Coming up, the women we just covered. Now turning our attention to the men. As you see, there are some of our top competitors. Dunham right there. So let's take a look at the men's field while we have a second here. Heat number 1, you've got Miles Mead, the rookie Tavian Morgan, Ethan Dunham, Adair Lopez Morales, and Skylar Alton. What do you see going on in that one?
This is going to be a very interesting race, especially with Tavian. He's coming out of nowhere. Probably doesn't have as much experience as these other guys, so a lot of it's going to come down to him actually staying calm in the race. When it comes down to these 300-meter races, everything's about being able to stay calm, stay reserved, and be able to make the moves when you need to. Make sure you don't overskate going into the corner or out of the corner, because you will bark out and lose your position.
Certainly no time to make up a mistake of that magnitude. Losing your position in only 3 laps could be disastrous. In heat number 2, we've got Tanner Worley, very impressive throughout the week. Ashton Hale, of course, the youngster. Caden Haynes, Martin Klopp, the other rookie, and Jaden Roberts. As you take a look, there was Tanner Worley getting some last-minute stretches, maybe retying the laces of his skates. What do you think about heat number 2?
I think this is going to be Tanner getting out to the front right out of the gate, but I think he's going to have Ashton Hale right on his heels, trying to make a move if he needs to. That kid's been skating really well, and I know Tanner's been trying to adjust to the floor still, so we're going to see if he can hold it in this 300.
So 300, 3 of the fastest laps in all of sports coming at you. Here's heat number 1. There is Paige Patrick, Team Anabolics skater. She is out there in lane number 4, looks like. And Foster on the inside, Jackson inside there, right in outside of her rather. Grace Steckedy in the middle. We did see Paige Patrick, Amy Bolin out there on the outside, and there she is, Jasmine Foster, going to the World Games in just a couple weeks, only one of 2 American women selected, and she is ready to go here. She's been here a lot, had a lot of success. How does that affect you if you've been on a track before, you know what to expect, you've been to an event? What is that like?
At that point, it's just par for the course. Once you've already been there and done it, you already know mentally and physically that you're capable of doing it. Most of these people, the reason why they don't win is because they're not sure they can do it yet. That's one of the biggest things when it comes down to racing. After you've accomplished, just like making World Team, the first time you make it, it's almost impossible for you not to make it the next years after that, right? But if you haven't made team, you could be right on the cusp, be faster than most of the people, but there's that extra confidence that really pushes you through.
Well, if there's one thing Jasmine Foster knows, it is that she is fast. And here we go, we are underway, and sure enough, it is Foster out front. Foster, Steckedy is second around the first turn. Foster leaving them all behind. Steckedy in second, Jackson looking for room. There is Jasmine Foster, the race for second, so critical here to advance behind Foster, Steckedy and Jackson. Jackson now making the move. There's the bell for Foster. Jasmine Foster out in front. She's going to come in number 1. And behind her, we'll have to see, here goes Foster. Easily across the line for Jasmine, and it is going to be Lainey Jackson coming across in the second spot. Grace Steckedy showing some fight there in the early going. What a start for Steckedy, but Jackson holding it together. What'd you see there from Lainey?
So I'm really proud of Lainey for this one. She ended up, even though she didn't get the position right out of the gate coming into second, she actually bid her time and waited for an opportunity to pass and make a clean pass. Most of these athletes that are out here in this short race, you get very anxious, and the first thing you want to do is let your nerves go, and if you see anything, you're just trying to go for the pylon and try to jump in front of anybody.
And you saw there, as we looked at the scores, Foster winning that race by 1.5 seconds. That means she picked up half a second per lap on everyone else. Jasmine Foster continues to impress. As we turn our attention now to heat number 2, there is Mackenzie Robinson. So impressive, that young skater, the top qualifier here in heat number 2. Another Steckedy competing in this one, Abby, Caitlin Smith from Team Illini, and Elizabeth Dellinger racing for Badger State Racing. And we are ready to go here in heat number 2. The top 2 places are going to advance. And a clean start once again, and from the inside it's Robinson, Steckedy running behind her. Now here comes Caitlin Smith into second place. Robinson, very impressive on lap number 1. Not looking back is Mackenzie Robinson, Steckedy, and Smith battling it out for second. Robinson at the bell. Smooth sailing for Mackenzie Robinson. Caitlin Smith holding on to second. Final chance for Steckedy to get around, and a push from Steckedy late. Don't think she had enough. We'll look at the official times here in a minute. But Mackenzie Robinson, you said that she was fast, and she certainly proved you right. And we take a look at just how fast, again, 31.053 for Robinson. It is going to be Caitlin Smith advancing through in that second position. So what did you see from Robinson there? How do you think she's going to stack up against Foster in this final?
I think this is going to be an interesting face-off, especially because Jasmine's been working on her start. Her start's gotten a lot better. Even watching Mackenzie go off that line, I think Jasmine might still have her off of that start. I think what's going to end up happening when they're at that speed, I don't know if Mackenzie's going to have the ability or the speed to be able to just drop a pass on her without Jasmine making a mistake. So I think what it's going to come down to is putting pressure onto Jasmine, maybe making her skate a line that's just not going to be as fast, and then setting her up for a pass.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to that, and we've got 2 more spots in that final to decide here in heat number 3. Jalen Godin on the inside, Minley Crawford there in lane number 2. You see there is young Minley Crawford, Kendra Bingela and Jada Parker rounding out the field, but there are your top 2 qualifiers on the line. And another clean start, and it looks like it is going to be Godin who gets to the cone first. Godin, followed by Crawford. So Crawford running in second. It is Bingela in third behind Crawford, biding her time in case there's a mistake, but not a lot of time left as Godin is at the bell. There's the bell for Godin. Minley Crawford still running in second. Jalen Godin asserting herself here in these 3 laps, though. My goodness, Jalen Godin.
Faster time than Crawford. Or faster time than Mackenzie.
Yes, Jalen Godin, as we will momentarily go take a look at the times in the board. You are right, Jarrett. She put up a faster time than Mackenzie Robinson. So those top 3 qualifiers showing signs of putting some real spectacular racing in the final to come later on tonight here at the Race of Champions, sponsored by Xfinity. So Jalen Godin and Minley Crawford get the nod from heat number 3. They will join Mackenzie Robinson and Caitlin Smith, Jasmine Foster and Lainey Jackson. Those are your 6 finalists in the women's 300-meter race. So now we turn our attention to the men. So again, Miles Mead, Tavian Morgan, Ethan Dunham, Adair Lopez Morales, and Skylar Alton here in heat number 1. So last year, Miles Mead was here, and he was one of the rookie sensations that went from rookie to Race of Champions. And we noticed that he was a guy that was just always behind you. Always right there. You think you get away from him and you don't.
Yes.
Be interesting to see. Now he's the top qualifier, so he's not behind anyone.
Not at all. It's been really interesting to watch him race throughout the season as well, because a few months back at the Orlando Classic, he ran, I think, the fastest time out of all the pro world class and junior world class men. So the kid's got the speed.
Well, speed is what you need here in the 300-meter, and Mead there on the inside. Morgan next to him, Dunham in the middle. Adair Lopez Morales and Skylar Alton on the outside. And Mead, my goodness, off the line goes Miles Mead. And Ethan Dunham gets the step on everyone else as well. So Dunham now running behind Mead. Morgan is in third. There goes Miles Mead, Ethan Dunham, Morgan, Lopez, and Alton. Miles Mead now starting to get some separation. Tavian Morgan working his way back into the conversation with Dunham. There's the bell, final lap here. 2 spots advance, Miles Mead, Ethan Dunham. And sure enough, it is going to be Miles Mead. Looking up at the clock even. No stress for young Miles Mead. The positive impact skater positively getting the job done here in heat number 1. You take a look there, less than 30 seconds total time for Miles Mead, Ethan Dunham, and Tavian Morgan, the rookie. We wondered how he would do. He didn't qualify, but my goodness, he certainly acquitted himself well.
Yes, that was very impressive. I mean, he was able to maintain his composure through most of it, got a little bit of a mix-up off the line, but he really capitalized on what he can work with.
And there is Skylar Alton. So his 300-meter event is done here. Going to go congratulate his teammate, though, Ethan Dunham. So that's a good race from Dunham. I got to say, during the individual races to qualify, Dunham didn't look his best.
No, one of the hardest parts about this floor is to find your line, right? So where you're entering in from the wall into the pylon. That changes everything. You could be a top tier skater, have top speed, but if you enter in wrong, you're gonna be bottom of the group, right? So most of these guys throughout the competition, they've been finding their line, especially for this race at top end. But Ethan has been skating great all season. Every meet I see him, he's getting faster and faster and faster.
Well, certainly we'll see if he can get even faster in tonight's final as heat number 2 finishes coming up to the line. There's another youngster, Jaden Roberts from Infinity Racing. He's next to Martin Klopp. Caden Haynes from Team United there in the middle. There's Ashton Hale, the young phenom, skating next to his Bont teammate Tanner Worley. So Worley and Hale, they're familiar with each other. We will see what they have in store for us here. 3 laps in heat number 2.
Jump.
And off the line, it is Worley and Hale. Worley and Hale, the 2 Bont skaters, and Martin Klopp is in there in 3rd. Tanner Worley, Ashton Hale. Through lap number 1, starting to get separation from the rest of the group. Klopp cutting off Haynes, holding on to 3rd, and the bell for Tanner Worley. Ashton Hale and Tanner Worley, the Bont skaters, gonna come across the line 1 and 2, no problems there. So no surprises from Worley or Hale. Caden Haynes able to get around Martin Klopp and finish 3rd, and Jaden Roberts as well. So Klopp started off well, faded late, as we stayed with our leaders, Worley and Hale. And those Bont skaters, you knew they were going to be fast. What did you see on that one?
Speed, lots and lots of speed. It was really interesting to watch Tanner. He looks like he's still feeling out the floor, still trying to find his line. On lap 2, coming around, he had a lot of speed and almost bumped into the wall a little bit, so you can tell he's still trying to find his perfect line. But even after that, he was able to fall right back in and ran the fastest 1 lap that we've seen at the competition so far this week. And he still had more in the tank. And Ashton was not far behind him.
No, he wasn't. As we take a look now, heat number 3 coming to the line, Gabe Lyons. That is Justin Stelly, though. Gabe Lyons there on the inside. Jamie Hayes coming out as well. And then we're going to see Brandon Gray and Alex Scott. So Gabe Lyons, our top qualifier here. What have you seen from him this week? And how is it going to stack up against the wily veteran, Justin Stelly?
So Gabe's definitely a young buck that's got a lot of fire under him. Just came back from Worlds last year with a medal under his belt, so he's got a lot of confidence. He looked really strong throughout the heats. Didn't look like he put out anything more than what he needed to. I think he's got the speed, but Stelly has got the consistency and the maintenance at the top end. So Stelly's definitely going to wait for a mistake.
And he's going to have to, so Gabe Lyons quickly out in front. Stelly running in front. Jamie Hayes right behind. Lyons around the first time. Stelly right there behind him. And Jamie Hayes going to have something to say about this before it's said and done. Maybe as well. Here's the bell. Is Stelly going to fight for the win, or is he going to be content to just advance through to the final turn? Here we go to the line. And you do see Stelly pulling up. So Gabe Lyons in 1, Justin Stelly coming in number 2 in the heat to advance. And Gabriel Lyons, I do believe that's our new fastest lap, getting in under 9 seconds there, Gabe Lyons, as he gets the win. Stelly was right there. It looked like he just decided second place was good enough. It'll get me to the finals, and I'll take care of it then.
So when you're going throughout these races, you want to take minimal chances. So when you know it's a heat, realistically, it's not going to make that big of a difference for you getting the first or the second. Line positioning a little bit, but it's not worth a pass at that top end, because if you throw a pass at that speed, more than likely you're going to take each other out. But something else to notice was, even though Gabe had the lead, he did not have the fastest best time. So Stelly actually closed up a gap on him at his fastest time, which means that he definitely has the speed, but he's going to have to wait for an opportunity to stick in there.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll look forward to seeing that. As you see that's Stelly and Tanner Worley hanging out down in the racers area, and they are both through. to the 300-meter final here at the Xfinity Race of Champions. Joined there by Miles Mead, Ethan Dunham, that man there, Gabe Lyons, and young Ashton Hale. So two stacked fields coming at us, both the men's and women's side of things in the 300 meter. So now we're going to turn our attention to the heat phase of the 1,000 meter race. And the nice thing here, we only have 2 heats in this one, so we're going to see a few different matchups. Throughout the age groups, you know, the seeding is done with the time trials. You see a lot of the same matchups, but it's going to be different here in that Foster is going to be skating with Crawford, Abby Steckity, Caitlin Smith, Kendra Bingela, Paige Patrick, and Amy Boland. So nearly over 3 times as much racing here in the 1,000 compared to the 300. Jarrett Paul, how does that affect your strategy as a racer?
Oh man, everything's different. So when it comes down to the 1,000, this is what we call basically a sprinting endurance race, right? So you're just out of the scope out of a full-out sprint of like a 500 meter, but you're still not into the longer distances of like a 1,500 or 15 lap race. So your strategy essentially in this one is to keep it fast, but not fast enough to where you blow your legs up. And in this one especially, you want to stay out of trouble. So in this one, positioning is everything. You do not want to go back behind your 3rd position. Behind there, everybody's throwing crazy passes, and they're all just trying to get to that top pack, which that's where you want to be.
Sure, and of course the qualifying in this one different as well. It's the winner of each heat is going to go through automatically, but then joining them will be the next 6 top fastest times. So we're going to have 8 skaters in the final. Do you use the competitors to help you push your pace, try to make sure that you're up where you need to be, or do you just lock in yourself, go in that pace that you know you're comfortable with? How do you approach that?
It kind of depends on where you are with the group, with people that you're skating with. But more than likely, what you're going to try to do is use this as like a team effort, right? So winner gets out, and then plus the next 6 fastest times. So your goal is to make the entire pack as fast as possible. Most of the time, the person in the lead that goes out for the first lap, nobody in the pack, usually nobody in the pack can lead out 10 laps by themselves at a top pace and still pull people along with them into the next heat. So you're going to definitely see some people working together, going from the lead, maybe dropping back into 3rd, and then trying to have help from the pack to try to keep the pace fast.
All right, we'll see how those strategies develop here. Heat number 1. As mentioned, Foster, Crawford, Sticchetti, Smith, Bingela, Patrick, and Boland. Another clean start, and it is Jasmine Foster out in front. Abby Steckity in 2nd position. Minley Crawford locked into 3rd, at least temporarily. Now that position held by Smith, and there you see Paige Patrick doing just that, trying to stay in that front pack, not get too far back. And Foster cruising there in the front, Steckity behind her. So if you're someone like Foster and you know you have the best top end speed in the field, do you just bide your time, or do you try to push things along and maybe drag someone into the final with you? As Steckity makes the pass, so Abby Steckity animating the race here for us, and Foster takes that right back.
So this is one of the other strategies that you have. If you're the fastest person in the pack, endurance and especially sprint, it doesn't matter for you because you know you can blast the pack at any time and then get the win. So for you, time doesn't matter.
And Foster looking to make sure the time doesn't matter for her, as that is Amy Boland giving way to our leader Foster. She's put about a 1.5 seconds between her now and the next couple skaters, Caitlin Smith, Abby Steckity up there, and Minley Crawford as well. But Foster here with a couple laps to go. She is in control. As we expected her to be, there's the bell. So Jasmine Foster coasting home here in the semi here. And Minley Crawford behind Foster. Here goes Crawford and Smith getting a little boost from each other late, trying to get their times down. We'll have to take a look at what all those times are here. We have a second. So Jasmine Foster's in. Her time is not going to matter. Caitlin Smith in at 151.027. Crawford there as well with the 151.086. Abby Steckity, the 152.962. That's going to be on the bubble, I suspect. Kendra Bindula is 154.9. We'll have to see. And with Paige Patrick and Amy Bolin, I think their night is probably done here for the 1,000, but it's possible. I don't think with Jasmine just sort of coasting along at the front, I don't know that she helped anyone else's race out by pushing that pace, bringing them forward, although Crawford and Smith certainly took some seconds down in that final lap, pushing each other.
Yes, most definitely. And what's going to probably end up happening is Jasmine was probably skating for her teammate, Jalen Godin, over in Heat 2. So what's going to happen with that, especially because you got Jalen and Mackenzie, those are both going to be battling it out for the first spot in this one. So she was probably keeping it slow enough in the first heat to make sure that no matter what happens in the pack, Jalen's going to be safe even if she takes second.
So when you have some teammates in the other heat, that's a good thing.
Yes, always good to have more teammates.
And sure enough, that is Elizabeth Dellinger. She's our final competitor here in heat number 2. There's Lainey Jackson. And there's Mackenzie Robinson. There is Jalen Godin. And Grace Steckity. And Elizabeth Dellinger. So we will see how this one plays out. Robinson and Godin, the top two qualifiers. Only one's going to get an automatic bid. The time to beat, to really put yourself in a good position to advance, is the 154.9 of Kendra Bindula there from heat number 1.
It would definitely be in this heat's interest to work together to try to keep this a little faster.
Certainly seems like plenty of room on the clock to go faster than heat number 1 and get a lot of these skaters through. As you see Godin to the lead and Steckity, once again, Steckity there in front. Now Jackson up to second. Looked like Jackson wanted to go all the way to first, and there she goes. So Jackson now going to push the pace. Godin and Robinson running second and third. So Jackson, Godin, Robinson, Steckity, and Dellinger. Jada Parker, a late scratch here in this one. So Jackson still in front as we finish 4 laps. Now here goes Godin. Jalen Godin around to the front. Robinson, a little more patient than we've seen her be in some of her previous runs.
She is definitely going to be setting herself up for the win on this one.
The second half of the race coming now. Godin leading the way, Jackson in second and Robinson in third. Those three have separated themselves from the pack. And now there goes Mackenzie Robinson on the inside. Robinson now making her move. Godin. 2 laps to go, 125.9 the total time. So they are running a little bit ahead of the previous heat's pace. As Jackson and Godin now, Robinson and Godin leaving Jackson behind. Godin and Robinson are gonna go to the wire here, and there it was, Jalen Godin getting the win. So she is gonna be through, and when we go to the board, we will see that all of these times much faster than heat number 1. So Jalen Godin's in. Mackenzie Jackson's 146 is in. Mackenzie Robinson, 146, she's in. Lainey Jackson's in with the 147. Elizabeth Dellinger is in with the 150. So 4 girls from this heat are going to go in, and that leaves just a couple spots. So Minley Crawford's going to get in. Caitlin Smith's going to get in. And I do believe that it is going to be Grace Steckity by approximately half a second. Looks to be higher looks to be faster than her sister Abby. So the Steckity bragging rights going to Grace in that one. All of that, of course, unofficial until we hear it from the race managers. But that is what it looked like from our vantage point here, as we go straight away to our men's 1,000 meter heat number 1. So again, the matchups changing here a little bit. We've got Miles Mead, Justin Stelly, Ashton Hale, Caden Haynes, Jamie Hayes, Adair Lopez Morales, and Skylar Alton. One thing I noticed during the age group competition qualifying, Adair Lopez Morales, he's not a sprinter. But you put him into these longer races and he can make some noise on the back end.
Most definitely. He's been skating on the ice with Tanner and even Stelly prior over the last year or so. So he's definitely got a little slower legs, and he is not really a native indoor skater. He is actually an outdoor skater. So him coming to indoor and even getting that record actually in the middle distance was pretty impressive the other day.
We'll see what he has in store for us here. Mead and Stelly, your top qualifiers there on the inside. And out to the front goes Stelly. Miles Mead bumping with Ashton Hale, so two youngsters battling it out. And Jamie Hayes, the beneficiary, he's up into second. So Stelly in front. That is the place to be, a guaranteed spot, plus you can't get into anybody else's trouble when you're leading the way, as is Justin Stelly. Jamie Hayes running in second, Miles Mead in third, Ashton Hale in fourth, and Caden Haynes running in fifth, with Adair Lopez Morales hanging on in. Miles Mead, not sure what happened there, but Miles Mead has pulled up and out of contention.
That is upsetting.
So now it is Stelly still running in first, Hayes behind him, followed by Hale and Haynes. Adair Lopez Morales stuck in no man's land. Skylar Alton in the back, and Miles Mead appears to have abandoned the race. 3 laps to go here, Stelly. Then Hayes, then Hale, then Haynes. So 2 laps to go. Sub 10-second lap times, very common here in this one. Stelly starting to put a little bit of a gap together over Hayes. Jamie Hayes still skating in second. You see Ashton Hale in third now. He reaching across. And Ashton Hale with the late reach. So we'll take a look at the scoreboard here. Miles Mead disqualified. Stelly gets the win, so he is in. Ashton Hale comes in second with the 136.489. Jamie Hayes 136.526, and Caden Haynes 136.682. Adair and Skylar Alton, I think, going to be on the outside looking in. Let's take another look at that finish from Ashton Hale. Come around that final turn. Stelly looking back, and Hale, look at the full splits.
Caught him sleeping.
Stelly likes it. And what is not to like? Ashton Hale is here to race. Third position was probably going to be fine. He didn't pick up that much time, but he wanted to get second place.
Oh yeah, third's not as fun. Plus you want to show your competitors that you're here to race and you will take advantage of any type of opportunity.
So the situation with Miles Mead, do you have any insight? Do you know what happened there?
The only thing that I can think of is when he went to go make his pass, maybe he somehow interfered with one of the pylons. But other than that, it looked clean. Unless there was something that happened in the beginning of the race when everybody was packed up that we just didn't catch.
All right, well, we'll see if we can find some more information about that. But in the meantime, heat number 2 coming at you. Tanner Worley leading the way. This is Brandon Gray. So the Positive Impact skater Brandon Gray coming to the line. And this is Martin Klopp, the rookie for the Stallions. Started fast in the sprint, but faded late. So we'll see if the 10-lap contest is more to his liking. And another youngster here, Jaden Roberts and Alex Scott for the Cobras, with the Cobra salute coming to the line. So Worley and Lyons, obviously the favorites here. Tavian Morgan, of course, qualified well. He's got that first race under his belt now here with the big boys. How do you think he's going to respond to this 10-lap distance?
I think Tanner is going to want to skate his track, which is normally going to be coming into the pylon as close as possible, hugging that apex, and then coming back into the inside to help block off any competitors.
And indeed, he did go tight around the corner, but ended up wide there on the back stretch. But it is Tanner Worley in front, followed by Lyons. Tavian Morgan is right there. Tavian Morgan running in third. And now Gabriel Lyons making the pass. We have contact on the back end. Brandon Gray is on the ground. And we've got the officials blowing the situation, getting everyone's attention. So 3 laps left, only 5 skaters left on the course. As you see, it is still Worley following Lyons. Worley and Lyons tight together. So it looks like Klopp, Gray, and Roberts all involved in that crash. So they are no longer on the course, but Worley and Lyons are making quick work of this. 7 laps gone already. Just over a minute total time. And Worley and Lyons leading the way with 2 to go. Gabriel Lyons the whole way. Here's the bell. Is Tanner Worley going to settle for second, or is he going to make a move? There he goes to the inside. Tanner Worley, he's got room. A nifty pass there. Lyons coming back the other way, and Worley slams the door on him. And Worley there. And you see there is the race for third at the finish. Tavian Morgan fading late. He's going to finish 5th. Only 5 racers finished, so Worley getting the win late. Lyons very fast, 1:34.85. Alex Scott in at 1:40.888. And we'll take another look at that finish from Tanner Worley. And you see here on that lap, Lyons in front, goes wide on that turn. And then what do you see here from Worley at the end as Lyons tries to get back around?
So whenever you try to make a pass like that, what's going to end up happening is it's going to be difficult to carry your speed and then be able to make sure that the person behind you just passed doesn't get around you. So what he did is he threw his pass, and then instead of stepping out of the corner, he actually stopped his feet and jammed him, waited till he felt the push, and then moved his feet again. So what that did is that stopped his Gabe's feet right there, and then there was no chance of him getting to the line before.
So some nifty footwork on display there from Tanner Worley. We're going to take a quick break. Back with more from Jarrett Paul. Analysis on what we just saw and what we expect to see next. Coming at you live on Roller Planet.
Sit and drive our feet out. Let them vacation back in.
1, bend your knees. 2, from here. I'm going to be talking about moonwalk.
Give a little demonstration.
Flat shot.
backhand.
Snapshot. If you want to be the best skater you can be, is to find the perfect place for you to find that push.
It was love at first sight.
Sculpted me into the man that I am today.
Our love grows every single time we travel to a new skating rink.
Skaters out there know we skate as much as we can.
The first thing you gotta do is get your own pair of skates. And I'm like, all right, say less.
Yeah, I hit my first 720 at the age of 14 and a half.
And we were all able to have a hobby that we all went through together.
I was 9 years old and I would go skating with my 2 older brothers and my mom.
And welcome back inside the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena, home of the Xfinity Race of Champions here at the 2022 Roller Speed Skating American Championships. Back up in the booth here, Chris Johnson joined by Jarrett Paul. Jarrett, the prelims are done. Every race from this point forward, there's going to be checks.
Everybody has skated against each other. So now they've been feeling each other out. It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of strategies they come up with.
How much of an advantage is that once you've skated even just 3 laps with somebody?
Oh, it's huge. Just even seeing what lines they end up taking. Also, notice in those races, everybody was testing each other's fitness. So as you're going, and let's say you're sprinting up front, you want to see if the person behind you can stick you, how close he is. So that way you know how to readjust either from, the fast line that goes all the way out to the wall or adjust to a protection line. So it completely tells you exactly what you need to do in the final to beat these guys.
So we saw in the women's side, Jasmine Foster did her thing. Lainey Jackson finished second behind her. Robinson and Godin now also qualifying. What do you expect to see from those women in the final here later tonight?
Whew. This is going to be a good one. Of course, you have Jasmine and Jalen that are teammates, so they're definitely going to be working together. And from what I saw in that, it looks like Jalen had a little bit more than Mackenzie in that race, especially in the 1,000. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a strategy play between the two of them against Mackenzie in this.
So the two teammates working against the third person will be interesting to play out. We have similar situation in the men's 1,000, of course. A lot of Bont skaters out there. How much does the team thing factor in when you know that you could just be helping someone take money out of your pocket at the back end?
So when it comes down to money, if you can help and it doesn't hinder you, a lot of times they'll do it. But this is a no holds barred, everybody is out for themselves at the same time.
And we are still awaiting the official word. You did see quite a bit of drama in those 1,000 meters, especially on the men's side. Disqualification on Miles Mead in heat number 1, and then a big time crash resulting in Brandon Gray. I believe it was Tavian Morgan was affected, but Martin Klopp and Jaden Roberts all ended up abandoning the race in the end of that. What do you think happened there?
If anything, it looked like people just got a little anxious. Somebody made a bad move, got over their toes, ended up going down, and then everybody kind of followed over them. For them, to be honest with you, I think the race was still up in the front with the guys that were in the lead.
Yeah, and we saw, really fast time. Stelly and Worley in automatically. Almost everyone who's going to qualify for our final ran that 1,000 meter in less than a minute 40.
Yes, it was extremely fast.
So that is going to do it for us here at the moment. We're going to come back and talk to you about a spectacle unlike any other. It is the 5,000 meter elimination race. But first, here are some interviews, some perspective from some of our competitors around the events of these 2022 Roller Speed Skating American Championships. Enjoy.
Comcast Race of Champions, giving away some good prize money, and a little different format compared to the years before. We used to award an overall, now we're awarding per race basis, so the excitement is going to be a little bit more, and we're spreading the wealth a little bit for all of our athletes. Skating's fast, we're breaking records, and everybody's having fun. That's what it's all about.
Just here to have a good time. Yeah, I'm here to skate fast.
Put it all out there. It's the finals.
Tonight we have the Race of Champions. Going to be all the best of the best from everybody 14 and over. Going to be racing to take home all kinds of money. We do have some repeat skaters, but we have a lot of younger skaters in this year, so it's going to be really cool to see the young kids with all the professionals. Oh, you can always look for anybody that skates for Bonk. They're going to be up at three of the top ones. You got the three Bonk guys. That's going to have Tanner Worley, Justin Stelly, and Ashton Hale. They're going to be up there ready for the win. And your girls, you're going to be looking at Jasmine Foster. She's going to be up there with Jalen Godin. Maybe Mackenzie Robinson's going to sneak in there. It's going to be awesome to see.
Nice and chill, control what I wanted to do. Was really just trying to figure out the track for me to skate on Saturday. So hopefully they get a good floor cleaning in and we'll be able to rock the house on Saturday. But definitely looking forward to that. Just to be able to battle with all the other guys from the other divisions, put on a show for the crowd, have a good time. So excited for it.
They got a few young bucks out there that are super quick. My teammate Tanner Worley is really fast. I know he's going to be a big challenge in the 300. Also, Gabe Lyons. That's going to be a situation, but I'm pretty confident I can navigate it and come out on top tonight. It's going great. Yeah, absolutely having a good time. The fans have been great. The kids have been great. Officiating. It's running like a well-oiled machine, and that's why we keep coming back every year.
These guys are fast. Having a lot of fun though.
Seeing everybody on their quads, on their skates, seeing how everybody's improved since last year as well. I love all of them. I would go so far for these people. Continuing skating all these years has just made me a humble person, and I just love the community.
I started
mom got me into inlines, and now I play derby, so it kind of transfers over, so it's fun to race both, honestly. I do quads more for fun as well.
The reason I skate both is I've skated nothing but quads. Got away from it, and then I came back in quads. Noticed there was an updated inlines, and they're more challenging, and quads comes super natural to me. So just going to the opposite side, learning something different, it works the whole body. It's overall just, it's a challenge and it's fun, it's competitive.
This is the third year that I've done it, so like I don't have as many of the laps and races in as some of the other guys, but just every year doing a little bit more, and I feel like you're never gonna have like a perfect race, so like all the conditions aren't gonna be perfect, so you just kind of gotta throw down what you have.
Even if you're in last place, second to last, first, third, don't stop giving it your all, because the most victories that matter are the personal victories. I almost got dead last, but I didn't. I skated my hardest, and that's what to be proud of. If you're doing better than you did before, that's the progress you need to look for, because that's what moving forward really is.
They're all having a great time. It's a wonderful facility, and thank you, Roller Planet, for covering all this.
And welcome back, a raucous crowd here for these Race of Champions, sponsored by Xfinity at the 2022 Roller Speed Skating American Championships. Back inside our broadcast booth, Chris Johnson alongside Jarrett Paul. Jarrett, up next, it is, as I've said before, I'll say it again, a spectacle unlike any other, the 5,000 meter elimination race. So everyone starts out rolling start, and then from there it looks like organized chaos at best. Exactly what is going on in this thing?
So this is definitely a race that you're trying to jock for position to try to get up again towards the top 5. Everything behind that is chaos because again, this is an elimination race, so the person off the back when the bell rings gets eliminated off the track. So as that starts to whittle down, you have an entire pack of people that are all racing towards the line that all of a sudden run into everybody into that top 5 positioning. So that is where the absolute chaos comes in.
Yeah, so you mentioned the bell and the elimination of the back skaters. How often does the bell go off? How many skaters are eliminated at a time?
So there will be one person eliminated at a time. With this, if it's 50 laps, we got 15 people. Usually it would be about every other lap, every 2 laps. I'm not sure how they have it set up on this race specifically, but regardless, you usually have a bell lap, and then you have 1 lap to make it around, and the last person that comes across the line is eliminated off of the track.
So how does that affect strategy? I imagine there's 2 different kinds of strategies here. There's a strategy at the front, and then there's a strategy at the back. So if you're up near the front or leading the way, what do you do there?
So when you're in the front, you want to use as little energy as possible. So you want to keep it just fast enough to where it keeps the people in the back, but you don't want to keep it too fast to where you start creating gaps, because then you're using too much energy. This is a game to where you are trying to bide your time until the end. So what'll end up happening, especially with the Bont teammates, more than likely, you're going to have these guys that are going to be at the front, and what they're going to do is try to control the entire pack. Now, this is where it gets interesting. So with this race specifically, because it's so long, they're going to be utilizing more of the track. So you are going to see them enter into the cones on the inside. They're going to come out a little bit wider, maybe middle of the track, and then dip back into the inside of the track. What that does is, we used to call it, it creates a snake, because it ends up making the whole pack look like a snake because everybody's following that. So your goal is to swing out a little bit wide to where the people on the back cannot swing around the outside. So you want to close that lane down. But then you want to jump to the inside to make sure that nobody tries to shoot up the inside of the pack. So what you're doing is you're closing off all of the lanes passing lanes going from the beginning to the middle of the straightaway. And what it does, it creates something in the back of their mind to where they become okay with following the pack. It's a real weird psychological game that you end up playing with this.
Certainly sounds like it. And so for those folks at the back, what is the strategy there? Do you just sort of marks the person in front of you, and when you hear the bell, you attack in that final lap, or do you just try to make sure you're always in front of somebody? How does that work on the back end?
So you'll have a few different strategies. Some people will try to continuously move up throughout the pack. That's where the chaos kind of happens. And then as people get tired, you're going to see them start to sit more towards the back. It is a very dangerous place to be. What you end up having to do at that point is save all of your energy, wait until that bell rings, and then you're going to try to wait for a mistake that somebody makes in front of you, because everybody's going to be trying to pass at the same time. And if you're smart, you can wait for somebody to make a mistake in front of you and just make an easy pass around them. That would be my strategy in the back if I wanted to pick people off of the back.
Of course, I mean, eventually you might run into someone you can't catch, and that's what some of these competitors are probably facing tonight. Our roster of racers here, who are you expecting? Obviously, you're going to have Foster up at the front, Robinson and Godin probably as well, but what about someone like a Minley Crawford or one of the Stecketys or Laney Jackson? What do you think they should do? Should they try to hang in with those leaders up in position 4, 5, 6, or should they conserve their energy knowing that maybe someone farther down the qualifier list is that someone they could easily pick off and avoid elimination?
If it were me and I were them, I would definitely be trying to stay towards that top 5. Where it's going to be difficult is, again, you're going to have Jasmine and Jalen that are going to end up trying to create a barrier to where you can't get in. And then you're going to have Mackenzie Robinson that's probably going to be right behind them, also holding on tight to the person in front of them, making sure nobody can pass. So those first 3 lanes, first 3 positions are going to be locked up tight. And what they're going to do is they're going to make anybody have to fight them for that position. And that takes a lot of energy. So my strategy would be maybe get in 4th or 5th, and then they're probably going to keep it, just fast enough to keep everybody kind of at bay. And personally, I would rather try to hold those positions and make sure I stay in tight than to be in the back of that pack. Because every time that bell rings, you figure Jasmine is going to pick it up in the front, or whoever in the lead is going to pick it up in the front. What that's going to do is as that picks up, the first 5 people are going to have the easiest time trying to maintain that speed. Everybody behind them, it creates what we call a slinky, a yo-yo effect. Because if the person up front starts moving their feet fast, that means the second person's going to be delayed, the third person, fourth person. By the time you get to 6, 7, and 8, there's already gaps forming. So now they have to try to catch up to 5th place, and then once that happens, everybody's going to try to make a pass at the same time.
Right.
And then when that gap is created, now you're having to sprint at full speed to try to catch that pack. Whereas top 5, all they did was start moving their feet at the same time to control that speed.
Yeah, and of course, added to all that is that there's money at stake here. Every single race has its own purse. 500 for first, 300 for second, 200 for first, while also you want to accumulate points towards the overall standings and try to get a share of that overall money as well. So not sure how much the teammate factor is going to play in when it gets down to the end, but our skaters are still warming up here at the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena. We are going to step aside for just a moment, and when we come back, we are going to bring you every single meter of this 5,000 meter elimination contest. And welcome back in the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena for the Xfinity Race of Champions. We are now into the finals portion. Every race that you see before you here on Roller Planet's coverage from this point forward has some money attached to it. Down there you can see our ladies field getting some final instructions. So Jarrett tried to explain it to all of us what exactly is going to go on, but we'll still have to see it to believe it. The entire field out there getting ready, 2 files for the rolling start. And you said you expect Jasmine Foster and Jalen Godin to try to get out front and control the race. They obviously, from their seeding, are going to be at the front to start with. That's going to make things easier, isn't it?
Oh, most definitely. So right out of the gate, what they might try to do is just pick up the pace, just to break up the pack a little bit. But again, I really do think that you're going to end up seeing this whole snake situation to where they're going to run out about middle of the straightaway, cut in, and just to be able to block off the pack.
And so you can see it is a rolling start. So the start-finish line is not the elimination line. The elimination line is the one a little bit farther down the straight there. We'll show it to you the next time it comes around as the racers are set to get this one underway. There's the gun. So that line there, nearing the corner, that one is the one that is the elimination line. So as we heard from Jarrett, Foster out in front. Now here comes Godin. So the entire field out there. Foster and Godin out in front. Lainey Jackson going to try to control things here. What's Lainey got going on?
So Lainey definitely made a smart move to where she wanted to go up to the lead instead of being in the pack, especially at the beginning of the race. It's very smart. If I were her, I would definitely get off the wall and start utilizing those inside tracks because you're opening up the passing lane on the inside for everybody.
We'll see how Lainey Jackson chooses to proceed from here, but she is still in front. Foster, then Robinson and Godin, Crawford. There goes a Steckity. I think it's Abby Steckity. She's going to come around front. And trailing way off the back is Amy Bolin. I think this first elimination is pretty much not going to be contested. Bolin way behind everybody else. All right, so it is indeed Abby Steckity. So Steckity and Jackson both getting up there, trying to disrupt any sort of controlling strategy that Foster and Godin might have had in mind.
So if you see what's happening up here as well, even if they're going a little bit towards the wall, you'll see Jasmine step to the inside. So she's skating more of an inside line than the rest of the people in front of her as she exits the corner. And she's going to do that to try to block off anybody coming up the inside since they are already in the middle of the track with all the people in front of her.
And we saw briefly there, that was Kendra Bindula. She's on the back end of things, although it is Amy Bolin who is even farther back behind her as Steckity continues to lead the way 10 laps in and no bell yet. And now Mackenzie Robinson has a plan. She is going to accelerate things in a very big way. Mackenzie Robinson. Foster stepping up to cover the move, and there as Robinson overtakes Bolin, that is going to be the first elimination. Amy Bolin out. So maybe, is that what Robinson was doing there? She accelerated quickly just to lap that last skater, you think?
Yeah, probably wanted to get the skater out, and on top of that, break up the pack, because once the pack gets congested, you start to see people start making very questionable passes. And they're not paying attention to as much of getting into the pack and making a smooth pass. So that creates problems for everybody. And this is why getting in those upper positions, top 3, top 5, is where you want to be.
And you saw there a big pass from Caitlin Smith moving into the top 3. She's running in third behind Robinson and Foster. And now Jackson trying to weave her way all the way around to the front, and she goes all the way to the front. Robinson tried to contest it late, but Jackson with enough speed built up to get around. So Lainey Jackson once again in front. It's Jackson, Robinson, Foster, and Godin. Now things are starting to break up into little mini packs. As we check in, here is last place. That's Paige Patrick. So she is next on the block. As Jackson continues to lead the way. 20 laps are done here. And you see our top 8 competitors still in close proximity. There is the bell. So Paige Patrick in a tough spot. Her 5,000 meter elimination race is going to be done. And now here comes Jackson and the field. So Lainey Jackson still leading the way, followed by Robinson, then Foster, Godin, Dellinger. Now Minley Crawford finding some room on the outside. The two teammates, Robinson picking things up. Crawford was trying to move around the outside, and Robinson kind of interrupted whatever she had going on.
So Robinson is definitely trying to mix it up a little bit, break up the pack, especially as you go forward. You don't have to be as concerned about getting across the line for an elimination.
And we did hear the bell, so the next elimination is on the way. It's going to be Kendra Bindula, I believe, back there in the silver. She is going to be eliminated when she gets around the line, so she'll be done. And at the front now, Foster and Godin right here at the halfway point. They have taken control.
The later laps in the race, you are definitely going to start to notice more of the team skating. This is where it starts to become more critical, and you're going to see people trying to hold on to their positions and not let people by.
That bodes well for Foster and Godin, obviously, but Robinson and Crawford, teammates as well. So a couple of duos here in this top group, as Robinson, you see there, sidestepping into second behind Jackson. So Jackson, the lone Team Illini skater out there, trying to maintain some semblance of control out in front of this one. Down to 9 skaters on the track. And at the back now is Grace Steckedy. You take a look at her there, trying to hang on. And there is the bell. So the bell tolls for Grace Steckedy. Lainey Jackson on the other end of things, leading the way. Foster right there, Robinson, Godin, Crawford, and Dellinger hanging tough with that front group. And another bell. They're coming fast and furious. I believe it's going to be the other Steckedy now. Abby Steckedy, although she makes the move around Smith, so Steckedy going to stave off elimination, and it's going to be Caitlin Smith dropping off the back. And our top 5 now starting to pull away. Dellinger in 6th, but she's fallen off the back. Crawford hanging on in 5th. Godin 4th, Robinson 3rd, Foster in 2nd, and Lainey Jackson leading the way. 13 laps to go, so things starting to become more urgent even up at the front. Down to 7 skaters. And Jackson continues to lead.
So this is definitely where things start to become a little more anxious. Right about 10 to go, you start getting that anxiety in your stomach to where you know things are about to pick up, and it's all about being in the right position.
And here we go, Robinson trying to get all the way around. Foster felt it, stepped out and cut her off. So Jasmine Foster leading the way. 10 laps to go. Abby Steckedy is done. So only 6 skaters left. Foster in front, Robinson in second. Godin now trying to get involved. Some contact there. Godin pushing her way into second position. And Jackson trying to get all the way around on the inside. She gets Godin, but not Foster. Godin responds. 7 laps to go. Dellinger running in 6th, but she is about to have her race ended. She's done in the final 5 now here, really turning into 4. Minley Crawford dropping off the back. She battled really well, did Crawford, but too much speed here from the front 4. Foster, Godin, Robinson, and Jackson now. 5 laps to go. And the eliminations are done. It is going to be a race between these 4 here with 5 laps to go. 500 meters to cash. And here goes Jasmine Foster. Robinson tries to match the move. Godin following as well. Does Jackson have anything left? Jasmine Foster once again in control. There she goes. She's one of the best in the world. And you can see why. Foster with Robinson now giving second away to Godin. 2 laps to go. Jasmine Foster, Jalen Godin going to close the gap. Minley Crawford is done, so she's going to be out. Here's the bell, the good bell this time for Foster and Godin, and they are putting their stamp on this one. Jasmine Foster and Jalen Godin to the line, and Foster and Godin 1-2. Mackenzie Robinson, the distant 3rd. Lainey Jackson finishes 4th, and Minley Crawford hanging in there to finish the race in 5th, so she'll score a couple points in the overall. Very good performance by her. And we'll take another look at these last 2 laps where Foster and Godin just put their stamp on things. You see Robinson's right there with Godin, and now she's not.
That quickly. Godin has a strong, strong last last few lap finish, and she is a great distance skater. And Jasmine is actually pretty lucky that Godin's her teammate, because if that were me, I would have definitely tried to slip a hawk by her.
So there are your final results. So 50 laps in less than 10 minutes for all of our finishers. So Foster gets her first check of the day, $500 for Foster, $300 for Godin, and Mackenzie Robinson grabs the $200 for that one. So very exciting race. We saw it play out along the lines that you laid out for us, you predicted, but also we did have Lainey Jackson really got in there and mucked it up at the beginning. I don't think anyone was really counting on that from her.
No, that was very surprising. I'm actually very proud of her for doing that. She has definitely been a skater in the past where she follows the pack. This is definitely one of the first races to where she actually took the race to the girls and skated her own race. And that's part of the issue, part of the problems when you have, when you get a lot of these great skaters out there, you have these other athletes that are coming up, and what ends up happening is they respect those other athletes that have been at the top too long, and they don't challenge them. And so what you saw from Mackenzie and from also from Jackson was they didn't care who the people were. All they knew is they were going to take it to them in the race. That is a beautiful thing to see.
And they certainly did mix it up as long as they could. Obviously, both of them falling off late. Was that more of them fading, or was it Foster and Godin saying, hey, there's levels to this, girls. You're not here yet?
A little bit of both. Strategy for sure. So Lainey did great with leading out, right? But skating that wider track, what ended up happening is it left a lot open, and she ended up doing a lot of work. So in this race, what you want to do, and what you'll see in the men's race more, you want the pack to push you. So when you end up coming in and you take that shorter line inside, what ends up happening is it jams the pack and you get pushed along. Lainey did all of the work. She did 30 laps up front, skating all of those laps herself without the help of getting pushed from the pack. Right, so if you notice Jasmine Foster, when she was up there before, she wasn't going very fast, but the whole pack was pushing her for half of the track. That's experience. And then that's what you utilize to be able to have energy at the end, because Lainey did the work, Jasmine did no work at all. So when she got to the end, she had 5 laps fresh in the tank, ready to go. Whereas Mackenzie ended up using up some energy doing those blasts throughout the race, right? It's good and bad. Yes, you want to break up the pack, but you don't want to take too much out of your tank for an unnecessary break. She would have been better off just going up to the front, making it a little bit faster, and then opening things up. But she didn't really make the rest of the pack chasers, so it didn't hurt Jasmine hardly at all.
Some expert analysis there from Jarrett Paul. Thank you for that, Jarrett. We turn our attention now to the men's race. You mentioned you're going to see that snake. Who are we going to see in what role here in the men's race? Out of the field, obviously, we've got the likes of Tanner Worley, Justin Stelly. They're the experienced guys. We got Ashton Hale, your Miles Mead, Tavian Morgan, Ethan Dunham in the role of those younger guys. Do you expect to see some similar things that we saw in the women's race, or do you expect this one to go a little bit differently?
I hope to see something similar. What I kind of predict happening with this is maybe the first 10 laps, you're going to get a lot of people just trying to set up and get positioning. But I do think you're going to see the Bont guys get up to the front, and they're going to try to control the race. Tanner, I think, is more of in a sprint position right now, so I think he'd be more willing to sacrifice himself in this distance race to maybe do more of the leading. And this is, again, where you will most likely end up seeing this whole little snake situation and getting the pack to actually push you along to be able to conserve energy. But again, when you have Miles Mead, you have Ashton Hale, which is just coming up, made world team not too long ago, so he's got a little bit more experience under his hands. The smart thing for some of those guys to take it to the little bit older guys would be to essentially catch them sleeping, to where you catch them when they're doing this pace, blast the pack and try to get everybody to react at the same time. That'll end up causing chaos, and you hope to get somebody to fall and make a mistake to be able to create easy gaps.
And we'll see how it's all going to play out here. Momentarily, the entire field taking their positions on the track. Tanner Worley, they're making some final adjustments to his skates as the crowd going wild for our in-arena MCs. Some merchandise about to go over the wall. And you see someone getting a nice t-shirt there, earning that with their enthusiasm. And down on the track, Miles Mead, Tanner Worley, Gabriel Lyons, Justin Stelly, Ashton Hale, Tavian Morgan, Ethan Dunham, Caden Haynes, Jamie Hayes, Brandon Gray, Martin Klopp, Adair Lopez Morales, Skylar Alton, Jaden Roberts, and Alex Scott, all getting ready to start this one. We've got the two files formed. Mead and Worley as our top two qualifiers get the, I don't know if it's an honor or an obligation of starting in first position of each of those lines. We'll see how it plays out. Final instructions being offered by our official. Can take this moment here to give you the official race lineup for our other finals. On the ladies 300, we're going to have Foster, Robinson, Godin, Jackson, Caitlin Smith, and Minley Crawford for the sprint final. And on the men's side, Miles Mead, Tanner Worley, Gabriel Lyons, Ethan Dunham, Ashton Hale, and Justin Stelly. But we all knew that. What's really interesting is who is going to get through for the 1,000 meter final. On the women's side, it is Foster, Godin, Robinson, Jackson, Dellinger, and Caitlin Smith. And we will get back to those races in a bit, but right now, the skaters are on the track, and we are going to get this one underway as soon as they come back around.
This is going to be a very fun race to watch.
And we are live on the track. The race has begun, and sure enough, Jared Paul called it. Two Bont guys to the front, two of the older, more experienced guys too. That's Stelly and Worley. Joining them there though is Hale, so he's both a Bont skater and a young gun. We'll have to see how that conflict within him manifests itself. But now to the front is Caden Haynes, so you do see one of the youngsters pushing the pace, animating the race, and up to the front behind him. A lot of contact there. Stelly looks like a defensive end with the swim move up to the front, and Alex Scott getting involved as well. He's out in front with a little bit of a gap. Stelly, Worley, Gabriel Lyons up front too. Now see also Brandon Gray, and here at the back it is Martin Klopp and Jaden Roberts. So trouble there for Roberts as Stelly and Worley and Lyons leading the way. Scott has fallen back into the middle of the pack. Dunham, Scott is causing a mess, and we have, sure enough, Martin Klopp, and that is Adair Lopez Morales that are down on the track. So a lot of contact from Alex Scott as he was weaving through the crowd. What did you see, Jared?
Oh man, chaos, and it's still happening. So you get some guys like Alex that are out there to where he's got good speed, but he doesn't have experience at this higher level being in the pack. So what ends up happening is they'll make these passes and they won't exactly plan where they're gonna go. They just know that they're making a pass and they hope to get into the pack. What ends up happening is you end up colliding with skaters, and next thing you know, you end up getting a fall. But as you can see, what ends up happening is the pack will get sick of it and they'll end up pushing him out and pushing him to the back. So if they see Alex coming on the outside, he will not be welcome to be making for an easy pass.
And there he is, indeed, near the back, only skating in front of Roberts as the Bont skaters have regained control of this one up at the front. Stelly, Worley, Ashton Hale, Caden Haynes, Gabe Lyons there as well. Ethan Dunham hanging tough in 6th. Brandon Gray, Miles Mead, and Jamie Hayes making up that main pack. Roberts now looking better. He's made contact with the main field. Looks like Scott has been eliminated or taken off the track in one way or the other. Tavian Morgan way off the back. He'll be the next one gone. As there is the bell. The bell tolling for Tavian Morgan as Stelly leads the way. Worley, then Lyons. Now here comes Miles Mead. Haven't seen much of him since the very beginning. Tried to step up, but all those Bont skaters just freezing him out. You see Haynes and Hale. So Miles Mead running in 4th as the Bont skaters and Gabe Lyons leading the way. Gray now in jeopardy. So the eliminations happening much quicker here on the men's side. Part of it, of course, was that fall that eliminated a couple of skaters, but we are down to 9 with still over half of the race remaining. Stelly continuing to lead the way. Gray, Dunham, and Jamie Hayes trading spots in the back. So it looks like the Bont skaters were able to execute on your strategy here, Jarrett, taking control. Alex Scott messed it up a little bit there, but things settling down now as Stelly in control of the pack.
So respect is a very big thing in this pack. If you are a skater that's good on your skates and doesn't make a lot of questionable moves, a lot of times they'll let you sit in the pack. That's why Gabe's been able to kind of sit behind Tanner within those Bont skaters. He's also a very dominant skater, so those other skaters behind them, Ashton Hale and then the other Bont skater, they're not going to want to continuously challenge him, but the two experienced ones are up front. And if you've noticed, Gabe is not messing with the two up front.
Have noticed that. Lyons sitting in 3rd for the majority of this contest. Stelly and Worley leading the way. Hale trying to step around. Lyons steps in. Haynes, Caden Haynes in the red Bont jersey there, and Miles Mead hanging tough, as well as Dunham and Jamie Hayes now looking to stave off elimination. Right now it is Hayes sitting in the hot seat. As you see, he's the only skater not there in the main pack. Not too far off. There he was at the top of this. There he is. Jamie Hayes battling to stay on the track here. Justin Stelly, Tanner Worley, Gabe Lyons, Ashton Hale in the top 4 spots. Caden Haynes there in 5th. Miles Mead staying with those Bont skaters. And now here goes Mead trying to get in the middle, and he moves into 4th. So Miles Mead is here to race.
He's gonna have to play this one smart.
And Mead holding his ground as Ashton Hale tried to slide inside.
10 to go, everything will get a little antsy again. Pace will pick up.
We do have a dozen laps to go. This is when things broke open in the women's race. Here's the bell. So that is going to be the bell on Jamie Hayes. Hayes is going to be done. No chance to catch Dunham. And Dunham about as far behind the lead group as he is ahead of Jamie Hayes. So these 6 skaters here, 10 laps to go. Stelly and Worley and Lyons still in front. Hale and Haynes have once again worked their way up in front of Miles Mead. Miles Mead up there hanging on to the back of the pack. Ethan Dunham putting in a last burst of effort to try to catch up, but I don't think he's going to have enough in the tank.
Not a chance.
Here is Stelly still in the lead, and now here we go. Miles Mead going all the way around. Miles Mead to the front. We've got a race now, ladies and gentlemen. 6 laps to go. Contact there. Lyons pushed to the outside. Worley, body Lyons, hard into the wall goes Gabe Lyons. So that's trouble for him. Miles Mead still in front. How long can he hold off the veterans? Justin Stelly steps inside. Mead now running in second. Tanner Worley looking for room. Miles Mead still there on the podium. Ashton Hale with work to do. 3 laps to go. Ethan Dunham is eliminated. It's Stelly and Worley. 3 laps to go. Now Ashton Hale into third. Miles Mead tracking in fourth. But it is all about the veterans here at the front. Justin Stelly and Tanner Worley. Caleb Haynes is gone. There goes Tanner Worley stepping inside. And this is the bell lap, the official bell lap. And Worley and Justin Stelly.
He's going to be a little upset about that.
Not sure what happened there. What did you see?
Stelly was supposed to take the win since he ended up doing all the work throughout the race, especially as a teammate, even though there's money. If you guys make some type of prior agreement, essentially, if you lead out the entire race, don't pass me at the end because I've done all the work for you. Tanner waited for an opportune moment to where Stelly got a little tired, threw the pass, ended up trying to go for the win. As you can see, Stelly was upset about it. Tanner looked back, saw it, realized he made a mistake, had Stelly come back up and take the win.
So the teamwork coming through as it's the 3 Bont skaters you see there going 1, 2, and 3. So Stelly gets the win. As we take another look at the last lap, let's break that down for us again, Jarrett.
So Stelly's getting tired. Tanner saw an opportunity. He's pretty fresh because he hasn't done any work. He's going to take off. Stelly can't hold it because he's dead tired at this point. Right around this corner, you're going to see all of a sudden Tanner look back.
You did. You saw him wave up, and he's asking for it. He can't really stop.
So what could have happened is Tanner might have been just picking up the pace just to make it look like he was doing some work, and then he expected Stelly to stay on him, whereas Stelly thought that Tanner was just trying to get away and take the win. So a little miscommunication.
So a little bit of inside baseball question here. When you have teammates like that and there's money at stake, do you split the pot? I mean, do you chop the pot? If somebody gets first and second, do you pool it together? Everybody gets 400. How does that work?
So if there's prior communication coming into this race, then yes. So whoever does the work, whoever does the protection, and whoever ends up, making placements at the end of the race, those guys will typically split the pot. You saw 4 or 5 Bont skaters out there. Typically it'll be the guys that contributed to the win at the end. So maybe 3, 4, and 5 may not be included in that.
Sure. Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out in the overall standings as well. We're going to take a short break, and we will bring some more analysis of these races back to you in just a moment when Roller Planet's coverage of the 2022 Xfinity Race of Champions continues.
Sit and drive our feet out. Let them vacation back in.
1, bend your knees. 2, from here. I'm going to be talking about moonwalk.
Give a little demonstration. Flat shot. Backhand. Snap shot. If you want to be the best skater you can be, is to find the perfect place for you to find that push.
It was love at first sight.
Sculpted me into the man that I am today.
Our love grows every single time we travel to a new skating rink.
Skaters out there know we skate as much as we can.
The first thing you gotta do is get your own pair of skates. And I'm like, all right, say less.
Yeah, I hit my first 720 at the age of 14 and a half.
And we were all able to have a hobby that we all went through together.
I was 9 years old, and I would go skating with my 2 older brothers and my mom.
And welcome back in up here at the broadcast booth at the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena. Hope you enjoyed that 50-lap elimination race as much as we did. And Jarrett Paul joining me once again. Jarrett, you broke it down a little bit before. Let's talk about the women's race again. Just a couple of those final laps really going the way of Foster and Godin. Are they going to be able to work together like that in these coming races?
Based off previous experience watching them go, 100%. I really think that is going to be their strategy going into every single race.
Well, that'll be interesting to see. Let's see if we can take a look back at the women's final couple laps. Here they are. You see there's Foster in front. So was there a similar deal what we saw really explicitly in the men's race? But if we watch this final lap, Godin comes around and she's very closing the gap here in this last race. Did she pull up a little bit around that last turn?
I think she did, kind of out of respect. So you have a real interesting thing that Kelsey Hellman and Jasmine Foster, they had the same type of dynamic duo with each other, right? So Kelsey would always end up winning and Jasmine would come in just behind her. And it took a few years for Jasmine to finally get the confidence to say, you know what, I'm taking this race for myself. So I think even with Godin, I think there's a little bit of respect there to where she doesn't want to take it from her, even though I think that hawk might have been there.
And then on the men's race, we see it even more pronounced between the Bont skaters, Stelly and Worley. There's Foster again.
Oh, there we go.
And here are the gentlemen. So Stelly leading the way. You mentioned here's the pass from Worley that you had talked about. And from here on out, take us through it.
All right, so at this point, I think Tanner got a little squirrely and all of a sudden decided that he had some energy and wanted to throw the pass. All of a sudden learns that as he looks back, Stelly did not go with him, and seeing how disappointed Stelly was, and then all of a sudden changed his mind. Based on what I saw there, it did look like Tanner kind of wanted to go for the win.
Well, why not? We've got money pride, a title on the line of Race of Champions. You've won that championship yourself. It's got to feel good. You don't want to just give that up because someone's been around a little bit longer, do you?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. Don't get me wrong. Plus, that money is nice. You get the glory plus the money. However, you still have that teammate for the future going forward. So, you got to respect the teammate. 100%.
It is going to be interesting to see how these inter-team rivalries play out over our next couple of races, but until we're ready to bring you those, enjoy some of the sights and sounds of a busy Saturday here at the 2022 Roller Speed Skating American Championships, sponsored by Xfinity.
Last few, 4 races. Now we got another 20-minute break. That seemed like that was forever. There won't be any
And welcome back in, folks. An extended intermission, and the skaters needed it. You all saw 50 laps, no joke. That's a 5K, and they were going at speed. So they needed a break, so did we. Hope you had a chance to get yourself a fresh, frosty beverage of your choice, because it is sprint final time. And at the line is our ladies' sprint final field. Jasmine Foster, Mackenzie Robinson, Jalen Godin, Minley Crawford, they're qualifying in. Lainey Jackson and Caitlin Smith. So Crawford bringing the entire field to the line. There's Jackson, there's Godin, Robinson, and Jasmine Foster. Foster and Robinson and Godin, your 3 top qualifiers. They won the heat. Something going on with the audio down there that Jazzy Foster doesn't love. Jarrett Paul still with us here. Jarrett, what do you expect to see here in this fast 3-lap sprint final?
Chaos and pandemonium in the first turn. So I really think Jasmine, just from experience what we've seen tonight, she's got the fastest start here. She's going to get right out in front. Looks like Mackenzie might be able to get in second right behind her, and then Godin, I think, is going to be really trailing her for the next 2 laps after that.
And you see there, those skates look uncomfortable, Jarrett. I'm not going to lie. How do you even get your foot into those things? We'll talk about that later, because on the track is our race. Foster in front, as you said. Godin right there. Robinson behind her. So Foster out in front. And down goes Lainey Jackson. Heartbreak for Lainey there on lap number 1. Foster, though, in front, and Godin right behind. That's the bell, as here comes Mackenzie Robinson. Robinson running in third. Here they come to the final. Godin and Foster. And Jalen Godin reaching out to try to get the win this time around. We'll have to take another look at that finish if we get a chance. Here is the final time. So Foster getting the win. 8/100ths of a second, the margin for Jasmine Foster. Jalen Godin gets the second place finish, and Mackenzie Robinson finishing in third once again. And we'll take a look at the race again, the whole thing. Why not? It only lasts 30 seconds. And there it is, Foster in front. What did you see on the start?
So Foster right out of the gate gets a nice little gap. Jalen, she ended up getting Mackenzie off the start. And in this type of race, if you wind up getting into second off the start right there, it is so hard to make up for it. But Jalen and Jasmine are both skating very efficient lines. So even if you look at their skates, how they lock into the floor, they're skating very efficient. You saw Mackenzie just prior, she went into a corner, and all of a sudden you saw either the back or the front of her skate ended up shifting. It's because she ended up shifting her weight. When that happens in that type of race, it's over for you.
And Jalen Godin, we saw maybe a bit of an agreement in the previous race where we saw her and Foster where she kind of let up. Not so the case here. She was going for it, reaching out, trying to get the win, but comes up just a little bit short. If we could return, though, to the skates themselves. They are so form-fitting around the foot. They look so tight. How does that work? I mean, are they is it like a shoe size but 2 sizes lower? Is it like a rock climbing shoe? What exactly is going on with the skates?
So for most of the guys, especially at this level, what you end up getting is a fully custom boot to your foot. So what they do is they take a plaster mold of your foot, and then they build a boot directly around it, so it is literally custom to every crevice of your foot. So yes, it is a very tight squeeze. So there is a break-in period. Usually about a month or two, you might get some blisters, a little bit of bruising, but once you get used to navigating in your skates, they fit like a glove, and they're perfect. They're so comfortable, you love them. Or so you hope.
So custom boots on the feet of these gentlemen out here racing in our men's 300-meter final. That is Justin Stelly coming to the line. And there is Tanner Worley. He's got the win in heat number 2. Miles Mead won heat 1. Gabriel Lyons heat 3. So there are our top qualifiers. Ethan Dunham, who you see there. Ashton Hale and Justin Stelly getting set for 3 very fast laps in front of a packed house here at the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena. Our skaters take their marks. And a clean start. And jostling to the front goes Worley. Lyons finds an inside line. Stelly, a huge step. Miles Mead competing as well. So there's Miles Mead in third. Tanner Worley in second. Here it is Gabe Lyons leading the way to the bell. Here's the bell. Gabe Lyons. Can he hold on? Gabe Lyons in front of Tanner Worley. Miles Mead looking for some cash. Miles Mead, Lyons pushed off his line. And Worley stepping over and blocking Miles Mead. Gabe Lyons is frustrated. Tanner Worley all over the track in the last lap of that one. I think we're going to have some rulings from the officials. Jared, what did you see?
Oh man, it was hard to pay attention to everybody in that race and see what was going on. But it looked like a pass might not have been made very well. And it looked like Gabe ended up catching an edge and ended up going down.
And so if we look, let's take another look at it.
There might have been a block in there.
So here we go. So Worley tries to get around the first time. And there's the contact. And now the finish, because the board is actually showing. The board actually shows Miles Mead.
Because Tanner had his timing chip on the opposite leg. You're supposed to put the timing chip on the leg that you're going to hawk with, because that's the first leg that goes across the line.
So Tanner Worley had the chip on the wrong leg. And let's take another look at that. So there's the contact. Do you see anything from Worley on that? We'll get back to that in a minute. No, you can see the bracelet, sure enough. He went with the wrong leg. Don't you usually go with the same leg every time?
Yes, generally. I don't know what Tanner was thinking on that one.
Could he have been thrown off by all of the contact back there between him and Lyons?
I don't know if he's ambidextrous when it comes to the hawk, because generally you have a stronger leg. And generally, if you're a right-handed person, your left leg is your stronger hawk leg.
You see, there are the legs of Tanner Worley, and it is on his right leg. So we are waiting here to get some official rulings. And there you see, there's the hardware. They're starting to get that out. Just one race left to go. Getting the official word now. So Tanner Worley has been disqualified from the race for impeding. And I believe that as a result, Miles Mead is going to get the win. Justin Stelly in second, and Ashton Hale is picking up third. So it's another third place finish for Ashton Hale. Stelly grabs second. And Miles Mead has certainly made his night as he grabs the $500 first prize here in our sprint race. You see the officials still discussing exactly what happened. And it may take them a little while to sort this out. Skaters still milling around down there on the end of the floor.
Tough call.
But that is the official call. And now we have an awards presentation from Presidents Bentley and Wallig. So Court Wallig, president of the RSA, getting ready to present a team trophy award. Total points in the inline contest, I believe, is what that trophy is for, so we'll get that result here. It's the Rookie Showdown Team Award, named after the Wallig family. And it is the hometown Stallions from right here in Olympic City, USA, and the surrounding areas. The Stallions. You see there's a young stallion up there in the stand, still wearing his uniform. And of course the Rookie Showdown team total points bolstered by Martin Klopp, who was running that Rookie Showdown for the Stallions, worked his way all the way into this race of champions. I believe that is indeed Martin Klopp there, and one of his female teammates, I believe it's Hannah Peterson, and Coach Josh Simus, along with a couple of other teammates there, accepting the Wallig trophy for the win in the Rookie Showdown. And so as the Stallions head off with their new hardware, we see another fine cup being brought here to the middle. Not quite Lord Stanley's, but certainly an excellent piece of hardware for any speed skating team to take home. So another Wallig family trophy, this one for the inline age group competitions, and the high points once again, as it has a few years now, goes to Team Illini. So the squad from Danville, Illinois, they always show up and show out here at the American Championships, and they did so once again. So the Illini will celebrate with their trophy. The competitors here in the Race of Champions will regain their strength, and we will take a short break. We'll review what we saw in these 300-meter sprints, as well as bring you the final race of the evening, the 1,000-meter finals. All that coming up when Roller Planet's coverage of the 2022 Xfinity Race of Champions continues.
sit and drive our feet out. Let them vacation back in.
1, bend your knees.
2, from here.
I'm going to be talking about moonwalk.
Give a little demonstration.
Slap shot, backhand, snap shot.
If you want to be the best skater you can be, is to find the perfect place for you to find that push.
It was love at first sight.
Sculpted me into the man that I am today.
Our love grows every single time we travel to a new skating rink.
Skaters out there know we skate as much as we can.
The first thing you gotta do is get your own pair of skates. And I'm like, all right, say less.
I hit my first 720 at the age of 14 and a half.
And we were all able to have a hobby that we all went through together.
I was 9 years old, and I would go skating with my 2 older brothers and my mom.
And welcome back. Thanks for joining us once again here at the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena. Coverage of the 2022 Roller Speed Skating American Championships and the Xfinity Race of Championships live around the world on Roller Planet from San Diego to Stockholm. All the action you could possibly want. Chris Johnson bringing it to you alongside Jarrett Paul. Jarrett, high drama in the sprint final like we expected. Let's take another look at the women's race here and tell us what you see.
All right, so we had a nice clean start. Jasmine's off the front. We had Jalen Godin right on second. Then you had Mackenzie in third, and the gap has already formed from everybody behind. So the one thing you want to look at is the skates as they're entering and hitting the apex into the corner. So the two up front, Jasmine and Godin, are skating a very nice line to where you don't see their skates shifting back and forth, right? Mackenzie, however, she's skating a little bit to the inside, and it forces her to hit that apex, the middle of the corner, at a little bit of an angle. And what ends up happening is her wheels don't catch, and she gets gapped just a little bit every single straightaway.
And is that a function of inexperience? Is she just over skating, you know, really trying to match the speed of the more experienced skaters she's chasing? What accounts for those bobbles?
A lot of it is going to be over skating. So when you're trying to chase somebody, what ends up happening is you revert back to trying to take the shortest track, right? Which is technically the inside pylon to pylon, right? So people end up cutting off their corners thinking that they're taking a shorter track, when the fastest track is actually coming from the wall and then heading directly towards the apex of the corner. So you're actually taking a longer straightaway and a little bit wider of a corner, so by the time you hit the apex, you've already rounded it off and then you're shooting up the straightaway. Whereas, again, with some of the less experienced ones, or the ones that, you know, get a little anxious in these fives, once you cut off that corner, it starts to shoot you straight. So you actually go wider in the apex, you're coming farther off the cones, which means that now you have to turn your body and all of a sudden go back up the straightaway. So it puts too much friction on, or too much pressure on the wheels, and they just can't hold it.
Well, the corner's certainly the site of high drama in the men's race. Let's take another look at that one as well. What do you see here, Garrett?
So right off the start, the battle's always going to be for the front. Tanner ended up getting up front, but you ended up having a little bit more speed coming from behind him. He has a lot of power right now, so he's able to make that pass right past Tanner. Tanner's been trying to set him up this entire time. So as he went through, he kind of used his arm a little bit on his hip as he was entering the straightaway, or entering the corner. Once he got up next to him, his hips were actually by his. So technically, he should have, it's a tough call. Realistically, if your hips are by, then you shouldn't have a disqualification because it is now your track.
And you're talking about right there.
Yes. But they also got him for impeding. So the impeding probably comes from right here as they're exiting the corner. Tanner and Miles are now trying to go for the hawk, and Tanner cuts over from wide to center.
And you can see Lyons is just furious there about the events unfolding in the final turn. And we did see right at the line, Tanner does, to me, that, as I don't have the experience you do, obviously, that seemed the more egregious, where he really slid over in front of Miles Mead to block him at the line, as opposed to maybe there was a little bit of contact there with the arm around the corner, but it was the move at the line that seemed more egregious. Is that correct, or is that allowed to slide over and slam the door like that?
It's a very, very tough call, because what ends up happening is as you're exiting the corner, you are supposed to stay in whatever lane that you're in on the exit of the corner and go straight, essentially, right? But it's a tough call, because as you're exiting that corner, he exited wide, and so he ended up coming towards the wall, which if you take an extra crossover, it could push you more to the middle of the straightaway. Now, it depends on whether or not he looked back. So if he looked back, that is an automatic call.
Okay. Well, either way, I mean, he had the timing chip on the wrong foot also, so he didn't get the win even before the disqualification, and that sets up a really interesting situation here, as we've got Justin Stelly. He's got a first and a second, so he's leading the overall at the moment. Worley only has the 1 second. Miles Mead has 1 first, and Ashton Hale has 2/3. So Miles Mead is actually sitting overall in second place coming into this 1,000 meter race that he's not even in. So Miles Mead still has to just sit back and hope that Tanner Worley even, or Hale, or Jamie Hayes, or Caden Haynes can come up and do well, take one of those top podium spots, and see if he can hang on to a podium spot. Things much more clear-cut on the women's side. Yes. Foster's got 2 firsts, Godin 2 seconds, Robinson 2/3. That's how things stand. So a nice night for Jasmine Foster already. She's got $1,000 in her pocket. We'll see how all the rest of this is going to shake out. The final 2 races of the Race of Champions are coming up next here on Roller Planet. Thanks for joining us. And welcome back. The final race of the night for our ladies is getting set to get underway. That was Mackenzie Robinson skating up to join Jasmine Foster and Jalen Godin at the line. Now here's Lainey Jackson, the 1,000 meter race coming up. Chris Johnson going to bring it to you alongside Jarrett Paul as we take a look at Elizabeth Dellinger. Coming on up to the line one last time here in the 2022 Xfinity Race of Champions, the main event here at the Roller Speed Skating American Championships. Jarrett, there was so much to talk about from the 300 meter finals. We didn't even get to really look forward to this one. So 10 laps here. One last check on the line. Overall standings, of course, still in flux. What do you expect to see from these ladies here in this last race of the night?
This is going to be really tough to say. I really think that Jasmine and Jalen Godin are going to be trying to control the front. It's too short of a race to fall back anywhere behind third place. So Mackenzie's going to be looking for an opportunity to break those two up.
And a clean start once again. It is indeed Foster and Godin to the front. Mackenzie Robinson right there in third. Caitlin Smith holding on to fourth position temporarily at least. Lainey Jackson now trying to get in there. Dellinger as well, so a lot of movement in the back. As you said, you don't want to get in behind third. Caitlin Smith tries to get in. Robinson holding her position.
Lainey going to the front was a good move.
And now there is Lainey Jackson in third. Robinson pushed back into fourth.
It's about go time. 5 to go. Everybody's about to take off.
So Robinson has moved her way back up into third. Foster still leading the way as she has done the whole race. Now things gonna pick up at the halfway point. There goes Robinson.
Nice.
Robinson trying to get around on the outside. Foster steps out and blocks her. Now Robinson trying to get inside. So Robinson went in and out. Foster and Godin keeping her back in third position. Jackson trying to hold on to the top three. 3 laps to go, things spreading out now. Foster and Godin in front. Robinson lost a lot of momentum there in the contact, hasn't been able to regain contact with the leaders. It is these two once again, as it has been all night. Foster and Godin are at the bell. Godin is right there. Foster looked like she tripped up a little bit, and Jalen Godin is in front, and it's going to be Jalen Godin at the line, and Jalen Godin gets the win. Jazzy Foster, she knows it. She felt it. You had to have felt it. We could see it in the camera that Jasmine Foster just a little slip of the wheel there on turn 2 in the final lap. Godin right there to take advantage, and Jalen Godin, she is $500 richer as we take a look at those last 3 laps.
This was a beautiful move by Mackenzie. She just wasn't able to hold it. They were holding that line too strong. I've noticed Jasmine, once she gets up to the front, she starts to get a little bit more tired. She starts coming from that outside line and starts skating more of an inside protection line towards the middle of the track. What that does, it puts more pressure on your wheels as you start to go into the corner. And as your legs are tight, it only takes one little mess up as far as putting too much pressure forward or too much pressure backwards. And next thing you know, you're barking out wide.
And here is the bell, so we're going to see that now. There. Saw the wheel slip. Leaves plenty of room inside. And Jalen Godin steps right in. So, congratulations to Foster and Godin. Mackenzie Robinson, a clean sweep of the bronze medal position. So $600 in the races for Robinson, as well as it looks like she's got a pretty clean shot to the overall third place. So it should be a $1,000 night for young Mackenzie Robinson. Foster, 2 firsts and a second, so that's $1,300. She's going to win first overall, so $2,300 for her. And Jalen Godin is going to leave with $1,700 in total prize money, and more importantly, a win there in the 1,000 meter final.
She's been looking for that for a long time.
And she found it here tonight at the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena at the Xfinity Race of Champions here at the American Championships, as our men's field now being introduced to the crowd. And Justin Stelly was the first one introduced. Tanner Worley next. Gabe Lyons working his way up. So Worley not up at the line yet, even though he's been introduced. Ashton Hale, Jamie Hayes, and Caden Haynes also gonna compete in this one. Jarrett Paul, we saw the contact between Worley and Lyons specifically. We saw when we looked at it again, Lyons furious there on the side after that. How does that carry over between races, between events, a relationship, the bad blood? Does that follow you, or does everyone have pretty short memories out there?
Typically, once the race is done, it's done. You might have a few words. Most of us are really good at coming to a conclusion and really squashing the beef before it goes any further, but sometimes they carry on.
We'll see if Worley and Lyons have any more contact here. And Gabe Lyons quickly off the line, right to the front. He goes. Stelly leaves his feet. He's almost jumping in those skates sometimes when he makes that inside move. Does he practice that?
He is very talented on his skates. I think a lot of this actually ends up coming very natural to him, which drives me nuts because he's so good at it with no practice.
Well, he's in front now, and Lyons in there again. So Lyons pushing his way in between Stelly and Worley. Oh. And Worley getting the worst of that. He's got to close the gap now. There goes Lyons trying to find room inside. Stelly. And so now it's Stelly and Lyons. So the entire Bont team and Gabe Lyons mixing it up. Lyons looking for the outside move again. Can't find it. Stelly, the veteran, out in front.
Stelly is really good at skating 3 lanes wide, and especially predicting where you want to go.
He certainly had Lyons' number so far in this one. Steps inside again. Lyons desperately trying to get around. 2.5 laps to go. Lyons finally does. And a tight move it was. So Lyons in front. Worley coming now. Gabe Lyons in front. Tanner Worley in second. Stelly falling off the pace in third. Here it is, the final turn. Lyons and Worley again.
Setting him up.
And Tanner Worley reaching out. Oh! And Lyons and Worley to the line. And I don't know if there's any bad blood left over from the last race, but there certainly is a natural skating rivalry developing between those two, and I am here for it. And Gabe Lyons getting the best of that encounter. And you look at these times, Gabe Lyons and Tanner Worley, 15/100ths of a second, as it was Worley who skated the fastest lap of the entire race there, 9:06, but it's Lyons who gets first. So the first time he's ended up on the podium. Worley, let's take another look at that fantastic finish.
Oh, this is a great setup. So Stelly has been using a lot of energy blocking him for the last 4 or 5 laps. Gabe's been really just trying to bide his time for this moment to go past him. Stelly stepped to the inside, he went out wide. And now it's up to Gabe to just skate a nice, efficient, strong track and don't make any mistakes. Tanner was setting him up right here, ended up going wide. He wanted to try to come to the inside, use his momentum, and Gabe just got him by probably about a wheel. That was a fantastic race.
And Lyons excited at the end, and why not? And Tanner Worley over there talking to the timing staff as Stelly came in third for that one. So a jumbled mess in the overall standings for the men. 5 different men found their way to the podium here tonight. The judges are going to sort it all out, get it tabulated, and we will come back and bring you the final awards presentation of the Race of Champions. Don't go anywhere. Coverage of the Race of Champions concludes when we come back.
Sit and drive our feet out. Let them vacation back in.
1, bend your knees.
2, from here.
I'm going to be talking about moonwalk.
Give a little demonstration.
Slap shot. Backhand. Snap shot.
If you want to be the best skater you can be, is to find the perfect place for you to find that push.
It was love at first sight.
Sculpted me into the man that I am today.
Our love grows every single time we travel to a new skating rink.
Skaters out there know we skate as much as we can.
The first thing you gotta do is get your own pair of skates. And I'm like, all right, say less.
I hit my first 720 at the age of 14 and a half.
And we were all able to have a hobby that we all went through together.
I was 9 years old and I would go skating with my 2 older brothers and my mom.
And welcome back one last time here at the Xfinity Roller Sports Arena. You can see there the podiums have been brought out onto the floor and the final tabulations now being conducted. Chris Johnson bringing it all to you alongside Jarrett Paul. Jarrett, I think they might have been more exciting than the sprints, the 1,000-meter finishes.
That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible. We definitely got to see a little bit of a spectacle of team skating, and then what happens when you get a guy that's just more determined to be able to break up that team skating.
And let's check out the team skating first. That was on the women's side. Let's take a look at the last few laps in that one. And you can see it's Foster and Godin working together against Mackenzie Robinson. So Foster and Godin, and the real story here, they worked well together knock Robinson off the pace, but it's the last lap where Foster actually makes a little mistake, something we don't usually see from her. It's going to happen right here on the track on the next time around, I believe. See if you can break that down for us as you see it, Jarrett.
So as she's coming around this corner, you can see she's starting to lean a little too much forward on her skates. When she did that, she caught a bobble just on the outside of that last cross. When that happened, it slowed her momentum down just enough for Godin to be able to use that momentum and go by her.
And a well-deserved win for Jalen Godin, adding to her bank account a little bit. And the final results for the women, pretty straightforward. We do still have Jasmine Foster in first, a total of 89 points. Godin comes in second with 76 points. Mackenzie Robinson finishing things off with 39 points. Lainey Jackson, Caitlin Smith, Minley Crawford, and Elizabeth Dellinger all also recording points along the way here tonight. So we will be seeing the presentation of those awards shortly. But before we do that, we got to get back to the action. The 1,000-meter race for the men. Truly fantastic finish, and Gabe Lyons the story in this one.
This was an absolutely amazing effort. Even prior leading up to the last few laps, Gabe had been trying to get around Stelly and Tanner Worley for probably about 5 laps. And finally he succeeded to get around Stelly and ended up catching his momentum, gaining a gap. Tanner tried to pull it in, went wide, attempted to try to stick it on the inside of him, and Gabe just out-hawked him. It was absolutely beautiful. What a great race ran by him.
And Lyons excited. Why shouldn't he be? He gets the win in the 1,000. Things a lot more jumbled up on the men's side. We are still awaiting a final tabulation there. Can say with some certainty that Justin Stelly is going to be on the podium. And Tanner Worley also looks like he's going to be there. He's got those 2 second-place finishes, but he did disqualify out on the other. It's going to come down to non-podium points, your 4ths, your 5ths, your 6ths. Those are the points that are going to make the difference and tell the tale between Gabe Lyons, Ashton Hale, Miles Mead getting in there. He got the win in the sprint, of course. And so the officials, I do not envy them in this position trying to get all this figured out.
Most definitely. They have a very tough decision to make, and to be honest with you, I really hope that it stands where it is, because they skated a great race, and I don't think anybody impeded any more than needs to.
So it is that final award tabulation we are waiting for. The presentations of those awards are going to come at you when we return. We are going to take a break while the officials figure all this out. Don't go anywhere. Find out who exactly got first, second, and third on the men's side of the 2022 Xfinity Race of Champions in just a few moments on Roller Planet. And welcome back. You see there, indeed, the awards being passed out. We knew about this one here with the women. Jasmine Foster in first in the short, second in the middle distance, and first in the long distance. So they shuffle around there as they award the 1,000 meter award. And then the overall, you'll see them shuffle spots once again. So total prizes won for Mackenzie Robinson there on the left of your screen is $1,000. Jalen Godin is going to take home $1,700 for her efforts here tonight. And Jasmine Foster takes home $2,300. 2 event first place wins, a second place, and the overall title. And Jalen Godin finishing second overall. Mackenzie Robinson, a young Mackenzie Robinson, Jarrett Paul, there on the podium here in the Xfinity Race of Champions. That's got big accomplishment for her.
Most definitely. In the last year or two, she has really stepped up her game. It's really nice to see the Midwest really coming through, and there's a lot more talent coming from her behind her too as well.
And that is Jasmine Foster's father you saw there. Hugs all around for Foster and Godin. They've been skating together for a long time. So now we turn our attention to the men. And a lot more drama here. We have finally received the official tabulation for the men's overall. And the winner of the men's overall competition is going to be Justin Stelly. So Stelly getting a first, a second, and a third, scoring a total of 68 points. And there is Justin Stelly. What'd you think of his performance tonight?
He skated great, man. He really did. Especially for a guy that gets on his skates once every few months.
Does he really do that?
I swear he does. Granted, he does, he does a few other things, like he plays derby from time to time, but, he's a father now, so he doesn't have a whole lot of time on his hands to do anything else.
Well, very impressive for Stelly then. And that is Ashton Hale. He came in 2 third-place finishes. He's being awarded the first of those now. So they're doing the short awards. And, of course, and it is Miles Mead who took first in the short race. He's going to make his way out to the front. So Stelly, we already told you he won the overall, but finished second in that one. So Miles Mead getting first there for Positive Impact. Congratulations to Miles Mead. So those are your final positions in the short race. The 5,000 meter race. Ashton Hale staying up there in third. Tanner Worley going to come on out. And Stelly got the win in that one. So Stelly and Worley getting second in that one. That was the long race. And Ashton Hale. So a good performance by Ashton Hale. He finished 4th in the middle race. So his total for the overall 34 points. Ashton Hale, what'd you think of that young man here tonight?
He did great, especially skating with that Bont team with all that experience. I mean, he put himself in some pretty good positions to be able to take some placements, but he worked hard to protect those positions in that 5K. He really did his job, and I'm excited to see what he does in the future.
A bright future for Ashton Hale as we turn to our middle race. It was Justin Stelly finishing 3rd. So again, a 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd for Stelly. He wins the overall. Tanner Worley, his second place finish, giving him a grand total of 42 points. And then Gabe Lyons grabbing the points for the win. So the overall point total. You don't know what the difference was between 3rd and 4th?
How many points?
8. The difference was actually between 2nd and 4th, rather. 8 points. Tanner Worley's 42 gets him 2nd, and then it is Miles Mead, the winner of the short sprint. He grabbed some non-podium points in the long race, finishing 5th, and those 5 points put him ahead of Ashton Hale, who had 34 points. Gabe Lyons right there as well. So a really nice, tight competition across the board here in the men's division.
And I do want to take this opportunity real quick to tell all the kids out there, you always skate through the line. The race is never over because you never know when those points are going to pick up and potentially get you a podium.
Certainly true for Miles Mead. Jarrett Paul, I've seen the passion, the energy as you've watched these races tonight. Now here we are seeing some of your former teammates up on top of that podium. Are you really done?
You know, I like to think that I'm done, but after coming to a race like this and seeing what they're still capable of doing, it really gets the fire going. Next year, I think I might go back into training and I might see them back onto the track.
You heard it here first, folks. On Roller Planet, Jarrett Paul, he is not done. He misses it just too much. And as those final checks have been handed out, that is going to conclude Roller Planet's coverage of the 2022 Xfinity Race of Champions. I hope you have enjoyed watching it as much as we have enjoyed bringing it to you. For everyone on the Roller Planet crew and Jarrett Paul, this is Chris Johnson saying good night. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, as the last of our quad racing program comes at you. It's a packed Sunday on Roller Planet. Be sure to set your alarm and join us at about 8 a.m. Mountain Time. We'll see you then. Good night.